Want to... Oh, hey, we are live. Hey, thanks, Chris. Hey, the channel dropped dice, and I'm running the game this time on top of it. So, uh, where we're at right now is uh, near the modern timeline of Rokugan. The colonies are in full force. The Empress is still being the Empress. The Spider Clan are back. Yay. Still doing spidery things. And toward the end of the islands, east of the Mantis lands, lies the islands of Silk and Spice. The Yoritomo family have been the ones who have kind of governed this particular area for quite some time. The town in question, the village, the small city, if you could even call it that, is Karaseki. Karaseki means red spice, and the particular spice, which derives its name from its color, is produced here. In fact, in quite abundance. The spice itself carries a very unique flavor, and due to its recent inclusion into other parts, including the crane, several artisan cooks have been making it around because the crane are looking for something new, something more extravagant to use. Have taken upon themselves to gather trade with this particular section of the islands of Silk and Spice. Silk is also produced here, but red spice has been the greatest commodity, although pretty much everything, most of the basic spices, are still represented. And the island, in the particular city of Karaseki, the Yoritomo have dominion. In fact, they even have a dojo. As you have all been taught and shown, beforehand, you never have heard of this village before, much less that the Yoritomo have had a magistrate over the area, and much less that there's even a dojo there. But there is, in fact, a dojo, as you've learned. The Yoritomo have started teaching people there. And as you have been informed, each by your own different messengers and by letter, this is actually a place where several very important Yoritomo go in order to practice and learn different aspects of their craft. The Bushi themselves often gather here for very special training sessions, several of which are not disclosed to any of you, obviously. The one who has graciously allowed you to come, his name is the magistrate, the person who's over the house there. Is Jisoo. Yoritomo Jisoo is the ruler of the local house. As you guys walk up, the voyage has been rough. There have been quite a few storms that you've had to endure. You've stayed on the Mantis Islands at least 2 days before sailing out to the island where you are presently. It is away from the rest of Rokugan. The islands are said to span forever. The sea is below you and behind you. You can barely see any land off in the distance on the horizon. The islands span further and further. It is getting close to sunset as the sun goes down, and Lord Moon will soon make an appearance. The beaches are quite pristine. The islanders seem very lax, very typical of any henan or lower. Merchants are back and forth negotiating rice and jade and various other commodities for various spices. You see representatives of the crab, of the crane, and also of scorpion as well. All of them are making their way to negotiate different aspects. And of course the mantis. As you step off the docks and you're walking toward the biggest and largest building in the town, in Kiraseki, this particular manor is not one that you're used to. It doesn't look like there's an easy opening for an inner garden, and the outer wall is actually much smaller than the overall wall itself. I guess there's not many people who actually attacked this island. It's not seen much war in its existence. The wall is too short. The buildings are round, and they're made of a variety of material, including bamboo and more tropical plants. There's even materials that you would find, wood and trees that you would find over on the other side of the world toward the Western Sands, on the other side toward those kingdoms, if any of you would be familiar with that. The materials are unique, to say the least. Coming up to this manor that is quite strange and far removed from the rest of Rokugan, how does your character make their way? There is a woman who is standing and is guiding you up. This is, of course, Suzume, who is Hida's sister, married into the Yoritomo family, who is remaining face, but you can tell Hida after knowing her for such a long time, she is your sister. You know that she is anxious and quite happy to see you, just from the subtle nuances of her bow and the quickness with which she is leading you toward her home. Haga.
Yeah, just Haga. He's dishonored, so.
Haga.
But Haga just follows his sister pretty silently, just taking everything in, looking at how this place is so poorly defended in his, in his own opinion, the short walls, just making note of that, looking at other people and seeing whether or not they're any sort of oppositions, just grumbling under his breath almost the entire time. Such a short walls.
What was that, Haga-san?
Oh, Suzume-san. Nothing. Just that it would be easy to storm this place. Not very defensible.
I assure you there have been very few people who have tried, and those have learned to regret it.
Good.
She says that with like the force, like she has a very sweet demeanor, and at this entire time she's at a very gentle. She seems almost as poised as a geisha, just moving daintily and very steadily. And then those features instantly dismiss from her face when she says they'll soon regret it. And her voice deepens just slightly, and you realize that there's still some crab within her.
Truly, you are my sister, Suzume-san.
As this is going on, what is Genzo doing?
Ginzo is just mainly looking around the area, um, but what kind of catches his eye is or actually, can we see the ships from where we are?
Yes.
Yeah, he's going to be kind of like eyeing the ships, kind of almost longing to be back on the sea, as he doesn't really get to do that much. But he's just kind of taking an eye in on them and just slowly following the group along.
All right. What is Ikaku doing?
Ikaku would be walking along beside them, and he's got this long pipe clamped in his teeth, and this very thick white smoke is basically just like being held, like being slowly blown back around his face and head. As he takes the pipe away, and they begin to talk about storming a castle, he kind of smiles. He blows out this thick white smoke from his lungs. Anyone who's been around opium knows he's smoking opium. It's not It's not easily hidden. He's in black clothes. He has what looks like could be either a scarf or a hood that wraps around his neck, hiding his neck. His obi is completely concealed by chains, and tucked into the chains and his obi is a kama and a katana. If you look closely, you would know the kama is attached to the chain that wraps around his waist. And on his back is a unstrung Han Q. Other than that, he's pretty quiet.
Ginzo would actually be fanning away the smoke from his face because he is not liking the smell of that.
What is Ryoto doing?
Ryoto is just kind of looking across the water, and you can tell that he is not used to the sea. He's been sick pretty much the whole time. He looks pretty terrible because he stopped eating just to avoid throwing up anymore on this boat. He's got kind of like a greenish complexion going on right now. He's trying to compose himself as best as possible and keep from vomiting as they approach the docks.
As you go past, there's several henan traders, and you see some of them wave rather than bow. So like there's an obvious sense of informality with most of the islanders, except when actual ceremony is in place. You've heard of such things before, most likely. Being a ronin yourself, you've probably seen villages that are similar to this. How do you react with such an obvious display of informality on behalf of the henan?
As Ikaku would see Ryota looking like he's going to vomit, he would quickly take the pipe from his mouth and kind of pass it over. Here, it'll settle your stomach.
Ryoto puts up a hand, and he kind of says, "No, it's okay." And he looks to the villagers that are waving, and instead of waving back to them, he attempts to bow, but that little sway makes him almost puke again. He ends up dumping his head over the side of the boat, and you can hear just dry heaves as he's just terribly beat up from this journey.
Ikaku simply kind of laughs to himself and says, to each their own, but I'm telling you, it'll settle your stomach. Clamps the pipe in his teeth again and just keeps on walking.
I would say throwing up in public is like losing face. Like there's no way that's not losing face.
That definitely is.
Make an etiquette roll and see how well you can compose yourself.
Okay.
I'll give you a chance not to lose like what little honor you have, what little face you have in front of the villagers, because this is a pretty laid-back town, all things considered. As laid-back as you can be.
What is my target on this?
Your target is going to be a basic 15. It's an average.
Okay.
Simply because of the climate that you're in.
I'll call a raise.
All right. What's the raise for?
To recover well and clean myself up, essentially, make myself presentable once we make it to there.
To make it as if nobody saw it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. To make it, you're able to clean yourself up pretty quickly. You regain. You look. You regain your composure perfectly, and like everyone else is familiar enough with one another at this point because of the boat journey that they're keeping your face. They're ignoring it. They're not acknowledging anything happened, other than, of course, Ikaku offering you the opium. As soon as they realize the situation, everything's silent, and you guys just move on the conversation as if it never happened. It seems the villagers were all looking away at the time while you were heaving.
I think Haga would have been sort of interposing himself with his large form to block a line of sight and just scowling at everyone that did turn around to look.
Ikaku would kind of do the same because he's also a very large person. He's like 6'3".
Let me guess, you both took the large advantage, didn't you?
I did.
I'm just saying that because of the way the rings sort of.
Okay.
But
So
Ikaku's smiling.
Make an etiquette roll.
Me?
Yeah.
Laughing to myself? Okay, that's fine. I don't
Laughing to
care.
yourself and smoking opium. You're on a populated boat with henan, man. Like,
That's fine. I can do that.
just gonna be a basic.
24.
The perception is you are ronin, and people pretty much at this point just think of you like they would a crab. Like you're a little bit different, you're a little bit more brash, and it's acceptable for you to do so because of the position you're in. You notice that's how all the henan treat you. Every time you make a snide remark or every time you blow opium in a henan's face, they just kind of bow a little deeper to avoid the smoke and just kind of brush out without looking up. For the others, it's out of respect. For you, it's out of a very particular reason.
I would
So
guess
as you
most of
land,
us are smaller, are shorter than him anyway, so we just.
you just as you land, she, of course, takes you up. Now you see that her features are a lot more graceful than at first. It felt as if the sea never at once affected her disposition. As soon as she got onto land, the transition was completely the same. It's basically the exact opposite of Ryoto, who probably completely regains composure and standing as soon as he gets back onto land.
No, it takes him a moment. Like, he sits on the beach for a second, and you can see him kind of bob and sway because he's been on the boat far longer than he's used to. But after about a minute or so, he finally is able to walk in a straight line without trying to adjust for waves that don't exist.
She'll take you up to the house, to the manor that is obviously visible. The boats are behind you. Sunset is coming upon you. As Suzume informed you, you will be needing to meet with the Lord, simply because he is wanting to see the hopefuls himself. Just because he's been you've all have been recommended or have applied through the various channels of letters that Suzume has sent out, doesn't necessarily mean that he will just let you run amok on his island, especially Ronin, especially since this area is strictly controlled by the Yoritomo and the dojo that's on the island itself. So this is basically an interview. All of you will have to be on your best behavior. She informs you of this. And there's a certain brashness in her voice as she respectfully bows and makes mention of the fact that etiquette will be most necessary.
As she's saying this about speaking about etiquette and being on our best behavior, I'm just sort of staring at her worriedly, like the look. Oh, oi.
Yes, very well.
I really quickly slap at the gut of Hikaku.
Hikaku, kind of smiles and removes the pipe from his lips and kind of like quickly takes the end of the pipe and raises his foot up and smacks the pipe on the edge of his boot, like knocking out all the contents inside. And tucks the pipe into his obi. And he just smiles at Haga.
All right. Genzo-san, was it?
Yes.
If I am not mistaken, there was someone who did make a request of you. A certain man has come to visit the house as well. It was rather unexpected. He... Oh, was your first mistake, Nelson? So, he wished to see you as well. That will have to be after this engagement. I'm afraid they did not make mention of his name quite yet. My husband has been letting him stay in all side of the manor. Please, quickly this way. The servants have prepared a tea ceremony for everyone. So, as you come in, you're brought in. There is several female servants, and then you are escorted by a male servant who has a scar running along his right arm all the way. into a home. Holes furnished with wood, again, wood of various kinds. Seems like whoever built the manor had a very eclectic taste in the materials that he used. Besides the materials themselves, it's built in a very traditional manner. It's a very square room. There's mats placed down, and the servants are actually coming in and out of the side door in order to present you tea. The Lord is not present in the room as of yet. Please sit down.
Ryoto will take a
What
seat.
are you doing?
Has tea already been served, or are we waiting for it?
Yes. Tea has been
Okay.
served.
Ryoto will sit and take to the tea, hoping that it's some sort of soothing tea that will help his stomach as he's still kind of adjusting.
The tea is not any kind of herbal tea or any kind of soothing. It's very hard and crisp and black.
It's like a Rubio's tea. It's totally not what he needs.
Exactly.
Without making too much of a fuss about it, you can see that Ryoto is definitely displeased with what the tea is, but he'll drink it.
Yeah, Ikaku would sit down, take the tea and begin to sip. You're all noticing he never doesn't have a smile. He's always kind of laughing at something, almost like he's a little bit crazy, or he just finds everything amusing.
Slowly setting myself down, possibly scowling at Ikaku the entire time, bringing the tea out.
Trying to be polite. A
Trying to
servant
sip at it as quietly as you can.
comes next to you and then starts pouring some tea where it looks like, because you've been sipping it so fast, trying to be quiet, you've actually run out of tea, and so they start pouring it a little bit more every time. They've seemed to have designated one servant just for you because you're drinking it so fast.
Ginzo, when he sits down, he will pick up the tea and bring it up to his lips, but he's actually not going to drink it. But he's going to kind of act like he's drinking like little sips here and there. But then he just sets it down and is kind of waiting for the Lord to show up.
Okay. You guys sit and wait. There are two gentlemen who enter the room. One is very obviously the Lord. He wears the mon, both of the Morimoto, and he also bears the colors, the traditional colors of the mantis, green, yellow. He has the mantis mon on him as well, so you can see that they're in their normal places. Next to him, though, is a man who has white hair. He has very deep eyes. He is dressed partially in white as well. Gunzo, you instantly recognize him. It's Amaratsu.
Okay.
He's very obviously a crane.
Yeah, Ginzo, when he sees him, he's a little shocked to see him here.
You can, as they were walking in, you can overhear a conversation regarding trade. No, I'm afraid time is of the essence. There is need of dealing with this matter as quickly as possible. I will need to make my inquiry as quickly as I can. You can see that he's trying to usher Morimoto even further. He takes a semi-respectful bow, and the Morimoto himself seems to actually be taken back, as if the entire conversation has almost caused him to be as easily read as a book. He has been intimidated this entire time. I'm afraid we'll have to settle the matter later. As you can see, there is something I must attend to. There is an implication in what he's saying that is different. It's off. Very well. I will see to you a little bit later then. And as he steps, he will actually walk through the room. After all, I have no such need of Ronin. And slam the door behind him. Completely unconcerned with showing disgust. So the crane has left the room, and the Lord sits down in his place at the end of the table. He'll acknowledge you, waiting for you guys to bow.
Yeah, as he walks in and walks towards the table, I would stand up and bow politely.
Likewise.
I continue to sit.
Haga will stand, but a little nervous that etiquette is supposed to be, best behavior, and while on the battlefield, his nerves never get to him. But when in a courtly jester, he's obviously a little bit more shaken up than would have ever seen him. He motions to stand up, and would probably hit the little table slightly with the skirt of his armor, and then bow.
In fact, Ryoto is sitting, and instead of removing his daisho properly, he has taken the katana off and he holds it in his left hand while sitting at the table.
So at this point, the Lord is refusing to sit down. He gestures the servants. Please feel free to remove your weaponry and take the time to properly enjoy yourselves. You are guests, after all. The servant appears next to you, to everyone, as if he was reacting, trying to keep the situation as polite as possible for you to hand over your weapon.
Ryoto will run one finger across the rim of his teacup, and what he is doing is, what is that thing called? Inner Gift. He has the spirit one where he can do an awareness of 15 to see who the last one to use the cup was.
You may.
Okay.
Let me see. Sorry, my tab wasn't open on Roll20 there. All right. So, as you touch the teacup, the last person who touched that teacup before in a similar ceremony, assuming that it's not the washed, right? Because obviously there would be a servant who just washed it.
Mm-hmm.
But the last person who has touched the teacup, the Lord of the manor, the very man that is before you, who was using that teacup before in another meeting. So you get a vague visage of him talking to someone. And the vague image of, when you touch the rim of the teacup, right? Mm-hmm. You start getting a vision of his mouth in the water. And across in the reflection, poured in your tea, you see a vague white image.
Okay. Ryoto will seem kind of amused at the glass without saying anything to anyone. He'll take the weapon stand from the Edda that comes to him, and he'll lay his weapons, but he won't put them very far from himself.
Okay. At this point, the Lord himself will sit down. You have all been properly informed by Suzume, I presume. Each of you have. I have had word from her that she has sent out letters to each of you through various connections. At this point, as you sit down at the tea, Uh, Ikaku,
Yeah.
you remember walking through the Dragonlands, and as you walked through the Dragonlands, how were you behaving? Were you smoking? What were
Smoking
you
and
doing?
smiling.
Smoking and smiling. As you were smoking and smiling, making your way, probably maybe out of an opium den, maybe out of a small village where the Ronin have been given. Just normal, casual. You see a man with a dragonfly on one side, a little bit wide-eyed. Him surprised. You see his eye just widen all of a sudden, and he bows very quickly to you, more respectful than he really should be to you.
Okay. Yeah, he would be kind of taken aback by that and actually start to laugh. And it would be like a deep, like a large guy laugh, like my laugh. He says, he would say, is he a Tombo? Do I see a family mon?
Yes, you see the dragonfly. He's very obviously a Tombo.
Tombo-san, why do you bow to a Ronin so below your station?
For it is good fortune I see you. What is your name?
Ikaku.
Hikaku-san. I am to give you this. And he holds before you a letter.
I would quickly take the letter, open it up.
It would be advisable not to read it from him. He quickly tells you, I've been communing with the kami in the area. They have been stirring and restless. I am of great fear. A divination has kept me awake these past 3 weeks. Something has stirred the spirits. There is something going on in the east, something toward the islands, something grave, something dangerous, something that even unsettles the kami here, the water kami that I speak to. The man who has long black hair says, not so calmly to you. It is very obvious there's a bit of wavering in his voice. I have been told of a description, and I received a letter from a friend among the islands who has told me of strange happenings. In my divination, I have seen an appearance of someone. You match that description, sir. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to go myself. Please, by all means, go in my place. There is a need for Ronin. You are a Ronin, are you not? I do not see a mon on you.
Yes, Tombo-san, I am a Ronin. Although I do not believe in your divinations or your kami.
He no longer bows to you. With a very gruff voice, he'll tell you, you will learn very quickly that that is a foolish decision. And he's being very direct, like more direct than he really that is more socially acceptable to be. But at this point, there's not many people actually walking around you. You're passing by through the fields. I happened upon you. This is your choice. Your fate is tied with this. Hand you the letter. And the letter is written to Tonbo, asking for divination, some superstitious rituals to help alleviate and determine the future of the small island of some weird village you've never heard of. And it describes people being killed in a very unusual manner. The letter that you now have on your person, sitting down at the table. Usagi, or Ryota.
Yes.
One second. Not mistaken. Yes. You remember receiving the letter through word of mouth from another Ronin. There was a call for a Ronin in your area to do so. Someone among your family with connections handed you this letter about this mystery. You remember the islands, the chain, everything. What were you doing at the moment you received the letter?
Usagi Ryoto is a Ronin order Shugenja. He actually belongs to one of the many Ronin orders that have established armies. Um, when he found out about it, it was actually whispered amongst the troops that were there that there was a chance for them to leave the orders. And unlike Ryoto, who's actually proud of being a Ronin and part of one of these armies, he hears the different troops talking about this as like a chance to become recognized again, to be normal samurai again. And Ryoto has very little faith that this will actually come through, especially hearing about some of the more terrible details. One of the details being the body's blood being found mixed with the spices, which reminds him of Yodai, a notable fighter from his family's past. What with their connection to the taint and corruption, Ryoto saw this as a good opportunity to seek out such dabblings of those darker subjects, which is kind of why he's been on his guard since being able to really stand again. He, even though his weapons are set to the side, you can tell that he's kept them within reach for himself if he needs to dive to them.
See the weapons. I'm assuming your hand almost tries to reach out to the weapon near you, or you
Almost
look back.
instinctively, his left hand will kind of twitch like towards the sword to grab the sheath or the saya.
It's still there. You're safe. So, Genzo. Genzo?
Yeah, I'm here.
You remember, where were you when you first met your employer?
I was actually in the crane lanes. I had a job for a oh crap, I'm trying to remember their names now. What's the investigator that the crab have?
Kitsuki?
Not the crab, the crane. Yes, Kaisuke. I was actually working for Kaisuke at the time when I'm guessing that's what you were leading to, that Doji approached me.
Mm-hmm. When he first read you, it was almost like you were just the first thing he saw. It was merely just an opportunity. He handed you a letter and didn't explain how he got it.
Okay. At first, he takes the letter and he's just wondering why he has this, and he's just kind of looking at the letter a little funny, and then he looks back at the Doji to see if he's going to explain himself.
Join me for a tea ceremony. He refuses to acknowledge you fully. He acts more as if you're following him. The man is a very beautiful white hair. Very, if you, the picture I have of him is like Sesshomaru from Inuyasha, that kind of look to him. He's got a very regal about him. He's about as snobby as a crane could be.
So basically, Sesshomaru from Inuyasha.
Yeah. Sits down and at the tea house, he explains to you that this letter explains of an happening on an island among the mantis. He suggests a very large amount of koku for you. They are hiring Ronin. I assure you this promise of being adopted is a hoax. And as he does this, he actually covers his mouth with the cloth. Like, he's got a little cloth that he keeps clean things with, and he puts it over his mouth. They are needing Ronin because there's work that is far dirtier than normal samurai could handle. There's division even within the very families themselves. You notice that there's no one in this tea house. He's probably intimidated, manipulated, or bought off the owner to make sure no one would be passing by. You're in need of money, yes?
In need of money? No, but I could always use money for my travels.
Well, do this for the good of an actual major clan. Someone with more honor and stature than yourself. Do something good for the Empire. There are many, there is much at stake on that island. Many of our artisans have been short of supply, and we are in need of those shipments. So, I will hire you to just go and inform me on everything you see. Understood?
Did he place the koku on the table, or he just said that he would give me koku, correct?
He just said a large sum.
Okay. Ginzo would kind of stop for a second and think for a moment, and then he says, "Sure, I will go. It's been a while since I've been on a ship." Kind of like that's the whole reason why he's going, is to be on the ship again. He doesn't fully like answer, "Yes, I will go for you."
He assumes you have, and as he walks out without even finishing the conversation, there's a servant that comes out with 3 koku and hands it to you, which you now have in your inventory, by the way.
Yay.
The servant informs you it's for your travel. You will be paid the rest of the amount, the servant informs you after leaving. After that, the owner of the tea house is allowed to come back in, and Doji Amaratsu leaves. At the tea ceremony house, which you guys are partaking, servants are coming in and out, and giving you all tea. So I trust you all been informed. There have been several ships that have come back to our harbors. The bodies have been brutalized, cut into pieces, arms dismembered. Important people, Henna have been killed, as well as samurai. Of late, a very important crane was a guest among one of the vessels, and was also among the victims. Their funeral is being discussed as we speak. The ships themselves, the bodies have been mixed. The blood has been mixed with the spices. The spices have been untouched. Not a single member of the crew, every single time, has been found alive. The doors have been shut, and at this point, servants are actually outside of the room. No one's giving you any more tea.
So I'm guessing Haga at this point, with no tea in his cup, is still sort of like pretending to drink.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ginzo still hasn't actually drank any of his tea.
If Ikaka would be listening, did the servants leave the jar of tea on the table?
The one on the table?
Yeah. A jar of tea, a pot of tea.
They did.
Ikaku would down his tea as he listens and reach over to the pot and kind of fill his bowl up and look over at Haga and kind of hold the pot up. If he holds the bowl forward, he'll quickly fill his bowl.
Haga will slowly extend the empty bowl and simply scowl at Ikaku.
At this point, the Lord has allowed all of you to address him. Like it's very obvious at this point that he's letting you enjoy yourselves. He merely explained the situation, and he's waiting for you to respond because he's acknowledged you.
What is this lord's last name? Like, what is his family name?
Miramata, the
Morimoto?
Bushi.
Okay, so he's from the Dragon Clan?
Not Miramata. Crap.
Wasn't it Yoritomo?
Yoritomo. Sorry.
Yoritomo.
Yoritomo. Sorry. Is it Yoritomo?
Yoritomo-sama. I wasn't actually... I was given a letter. My letter wasn't addressed to me. It was addressed to the Tanbo Shugenja, who gave me the letter and told me to come. Still have no idea why.
That's all you say?
Yeah, I take the letter and slide it towards him.
The letter was put out by Suzume. I'm assuming it was widespread. We made a call out to various ronin that she deemed and her associates deemed worthy.
Oh, well then, I am here to prove the Tanbo wrong, so I would gladly accept whatever mission you deem to give us.
I have yet to agree with her. So what have you done to have been given that letter?
I was walking out of a village. The man said he had seen me in his visions and other such nonsense, and said that it was my destiny to come here, from what I understood. It seemed a little like he was touched in the head. Yoritomo-san.
That was not a very polite thing to say. That was very blunt. Would you like to make a sincerity roll?
I don't have sincerity. I can make etiquette.
Etiquette's not going to save you on that one.
I meant it to be blunt, though. So.
Okay. There is an obvious slight change of posture. Goes to everyone else. Gestures. What is your name?
I'm Ryato. I come for my own reasons. Whether you choose to accept me or not, my presence will be on your island. We happen to be working towards the same goals.
And what goals would those be?
You have mysterious deaths on your island. I seek to find out why and what that connection is to a hero of my family line that once died in a very similar fashion many years ago.
They did.
You die. She was found in a similar fashion, or at least her blood was found mixed amongst spices. As I said, regardless of what your desires are, I am here out of courtesy, since I've been sent for, but whether you choose to work with me or not is your own concern. And I would like to roll manipulation. I intend to make him realize that it's in his best interest to work with me at this point.
Yep. That'll be average.
Okay. I would like to call one raise so that he does not realize I'm manipulating him.
Yeah. Nice roll, Chris.
I think you're muted.
You sound like you came back for a second and then went
Oh, there he
muted
goes.
again.
He's probably going to have to cycle back in.
And then we all begin to party.
And then I manipulate Chepe into not being able to talk.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Chicago.
So yes, you can obviously tell that he is quite interested. And he goes on to say, I only wish that I would be familiar with that name. Yude, you said?
Usagi Yuta.
Usagi Yuta. Yes, I was reported that Suzume's brother was here. Suzume-kun's.
So, still like sipping on the tea, being a little nervous and uncomfortable in such a formal setting. How I was like, hi.
Your sister has spoken very highly of you in my ear. Is it true that you have bested 3 other ronin in a duel, and that you sacrificed yourself for a good of a samurai who is your enemy, the 3 robbers who tried to take him on the road?
From what I understand about forest killers, so I only read a quick excerpt, is that something they would do?
Forest killers are a group of ronin that have been known to commit banditry, but they're also against other bandits because that's muscling in on their territory.
Alright. So, trying to fight back a grin at the notion of, beating people down, almost a sinister sort of smirk peers across his face. He lowers his head. Hi.
Are you merely here upon your sister's request, or are you that interested in joining the Mantis? Do you wish to regain your honor?
Suzume-san calls me. I come. Suzume-san. Shut up. And I do wish to regain honor.
You must understand we hold family of the highest regard here. The only thing that keeps us afloat.
And he starts to bow his head, but he's sort of focusing his gaze on his sister and goes, hi.
Suzume-san's not in the room.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I just look at him and say the same thing.
Yeah, you just... Hi. What is your name? Pointing to Genzo.
It is Ginzo. Say his name for me.
Yoritomo.
There we go.
Yoritomo.
Is it Yorimoto or Yori?
It's Yoritomo. I keep wanting to say Moto because of the Morimoto, because my brain.
It is Ginzo Yoritomo-sama.
Doing things.
Say that again. You broke up for me.
Oh. You asked for your name.
Oh. Did you not hear when I said it? Or
No, you broke up for me.
Oh. Hangouts. He will say, it is Ginzo Yoritomo-sama.
And what of your reason to come? Why did you respond to my letter?
Well, to be honest, at first I wasn't going to. But after wandering for so long, being a Ronin, I got tired of it. And I long to be on the ships again. I miss working. I miss being on the sea. And when I got your letter, that seemed to appeal to me more than the actual job.
So you merely wish to be here because of the sea.
Well, the Mantis are famous for their boats. And
True.
why not work on the best?
You know what? I'm not going to even make you make a sincerity roll about hiding because that's completely sincere for your character because they just want
Yeah.
to be in the sea. That's good.
Okay. Can we ask him a question as well? Like,
Yeah.
he's opening it to fold. Um,
He's opening for you. He was wanting to address you each first
Okay.
because it's basically kind of like an interview. He's testing you by addressing you, and then he's opening the floor.
Yoritomo-sama, were the boats damaged at all, or were there any markings on the boats?
The boats remained largely intact on the outside. There was much damage on the inside. Things broken, destroyed, as if ransacked. Pillars that fell apart. Things holding up the bow of the ship. Several things broken in half or quarters. Many things in shatters.
That is quite odd. And with that, he just kind of goes silent as you could see that the gears in his head are turning.
Nelson, you may make the Shadowlands. Go ahead.
Can I do an investigation notice check to kind of read him to see if I'm the only one he's kind of worried about?
Investigation notice. I would believe that would be more courtier. That would be a courtier skill, not investigation notice. Notice is about finding if enemies are around you or trying to sneak up on you. It's environmental. Although you can do a straight investigation because that could also be considered a part of interrogation. So I'll give you a straight investigation without your emphasis.
We'll do a straight investigation.
Yes, you can do a raise for more detail. Because you had that raise, you failed, Nelson. So what you think in your mind is like you're trying, you think of something about Shadowlands, Taint, and you're just, I know I heard something. I know I heard that.
Just as I'm like recalling things that start to make sense, I'm holding up the bowl of half-filled bowl of tea. It just when the knowledge is about to just trigger in my head,
Start sipping. And then suddenly everything goes away. It's as if the void is entering you and just rebalancing all the elements, and in the jostling of the elements in your mind, the water and the fire and the earth and the air are just all canceling each other out, and everything's just blink. So what you realize, because you did, I'm afraid you didn't call any raises on that roll, though, but
No.
what you do know, Ikaku, is that he is concerned about you. The people particularly concerned would be Usagi, but it looks like he seems to have a degree of confidence in Usagi. And it was very obvious that he is worried about someone else. He was very, 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 very concerned about the crane that was in the room before, the doji.
So he is slightly concerned about me.
He is slightly concerned about you, yes. There is
Good.
Good.
I am going to attempt something, and I have ways to stay in this regardless because I have serious stealth abilities. But I am going to attempt to deceit.
Okay.
And basically what I'm saying is, Yoritomo-san, I should tell you, I feel remiss for saying this. The Tombo that I met said if I did not go on this mission, it would fail. And I'll make the roll. There's the roll. That's a straight up deceit.
That's just a seat.
Yes.
I was going to give you the difficulty before. The difficulty is 20.
Okay.
Do you want to spend a fortune?
I
It's
don't
not
have
a
any
part of the
fortunes.
campaign, so never mind. I will let you do a roll again, simply because you didn't know the target number.
Okay.
Did you want to spend a void, make a raise? What?
I will spend one void to go ahead and give this 1K1 extra.
Okay.
And 24.
24. Very well. As you said yourself, I'm not one for listening to the rantings of a tongue, though. However, since Ashugenja is concerned with the possibility of spirits on this island, and with the kami acting as weird as several who have come by have reported, I will trust in that fact alone. Very well. All of you know the job. You may spend 2 nights in my manor. You will have that much time to perform your investigation. We have a festival coming up, and a funeral to arrange, and trade agreements that must be overlooked. I must protect the henan under my care, and I will not have anyone ruin this coming event. It is something very important for our school, and I must be timely. You have 2 days. If you manage to do that, then our promise will, of course, still be in effect. Because you would have done our clan a great, great service. There are ships that are still around that you may, of course, look at. There are servants who are among those who went out to look. There are several members of our family, including your sister, who have been familiar with the matters going on. You may feel free to ask them questions. You are not free to leave the manor at night. I repeat that. It is very dangerous, and I would not advise going on the waters without considerable care. Is there anything else you need? You may, of course, ask my servants. Is that all that is required for you? If anyone would like to ask a question, make a roll, all that jazz, you need to know.
Haga just looks like to his left and his right at the others and just finishes the tea.
I believe our business is complete. And Ryoto will stand up without being dismissed, grab his gear, and open the door.
Anything else we need to know, Yoritomo-san, we should be able to find, or Yoritomo-sama, we should be able to find through investigation.
Very well. And as he says that, he leaves, and you will hear Genzo outside that he will address a servant. If they ask of me, just tell them I'm busy. It is very obvious that you guys have insulted him in a real way, and he is not swallowing it very easily, so you will not have access to him. Furthermore, through your investigation.
As that happens, Haga will, I'm assuming the rest of us are still kneeling at this point, just sort of backhand lightly Ikaku on the chest. Don't ruin this for us.
You're a forced killer too, right?
I think us three are.
Ikaku kind of smiles and, guy's a dick. He says that very, very quietly.
I know.
It was a combination of both Usagi and freaking. And that last comment about everything that would be needed would be done through investigation, like both of those were just like completely rude, like the entire time. You were one step away of just him trying to like have a duel, like just straight up kill one.
So what you're saying is I needed to push slightly harder.
Yes. If you want to, like he's almost there. He's very obviously almost there. You don't even need to make a courtier roll to recognize that. Even the servants are reacting to how fast he left that room.
I am standing up and, getting my weapons back on, wrapping the Kusarigama around my waist again.
It is becoming nighttime. The servants are, of course, leading you to various rooms. You will both... There are basically two rooms, and the rooms that you will be staying at are actually not, like, fancy guest rooms. They're actually rooms that are near the servants' quarters, where servants would go in and out.
I believe our investigation starts tonight. That's what I gathered from the conversation, anyways.
Although, as I start putting everything back on, including my satchel, anybody who wanted to, even though they're wrapped up in cloth to muffle the sound, anybody who would want to roll an investigation check on me would probably hear the very, very slight sound of glass vials clinking.
I happen to agree, Ryoto-san. I gathered that our investigation needs to happen tonight.
I agree as well, Ryoto-san.
I do urge caution. Not everything is as what it seems here.
Grabbing all the weapons, putting them back into his obi, the katana, the daisho. Then grabbing his tetsubo, dragging it along the floor, and he's just nodding his head.
On wood? You're dragging a Tetsubo on expensive wood.
Yep.
Yes.
As
a crab.
Plus,
it's like one of those spiked ones, so it's just scoring marks across the floor. It's not even like a smooth Tetsubo.
As I look
the game is going to end with a duel to the death. That's what's going to happen. It's just...
as I look at the three others, I would say before we investigate, though, we should all have a meeting in private. And he says private very clearly, puts the emphasis on it, and he looks around the room. Like he's saying, obviously, let's meet, not here.
He's saying that I'm just looking around for who he's talking about, throwing the Tetsubo over my shoulder.
Ryoto closes the door to the room. He says, this will work. And you can see that he starts unrolling a very long scroll that hits the floor, and it just rolls out in front of him for about 8 feet. It's got brilliant calligraphy all down it, and he starts chanting, and he'll slap his hand on there, and like this small puff of wind will come out from where his hand slaps with no noise, and this puff of wind spreads around you, and it creates a bubble around us. It's quintessence of air. Anything that we say inside, Ryoto will explain it to you. He says, anything we say within this circle will stay amongst ourselves. Those that are outside will not hear our words, but we will not hear the words of those outside this circle either.
You'll need to make a casting.
Yes, I do.
It's a mastery 1, right? So that's 15.
It is. Let's see.
I thought it was mastery 1.
Spellcasting. And keep 4. So yeah, I'm gonna make it.
Yeah, did it.
Excellent, Ryoto-san. I think we should all agree here and now that whatever we see the other do in the time we have to complete this mission, no one should ever speak of again, ever.
Haga will just start getting that sinister grin, but this time not trying to hold it back. Just the.
It should simply stay between ourselves, regardless of how clan, and he says clan in a very disdainful way, clan Bushi would regard it.
Haga just taps him in the gut again.
I do not know your intentions, but Yoritomo has failed his people. By the end of this, I will cross swords with him.
Excellent. I will enjoy watching that. And do we have an accord about anything that the others see staying between us?
I see no
Ginzo
reason
doesn't
to
say
share.
anything.
I see no reason to share whatever tactics that you use or deem fit necessary. We're all
Good.
Ronin. We know that sometimes the Empire requires certain skills that we possess that regular samurai cannot do
Good.
themselves.
Good. Then if you wish to cross swords with him and you want me to poison your blade, I'll be glad to do so.
That will be unnecessary.
Just turning to Ikaku, Haga
He,
just looks at him in the eyes and goes, "You're a dick."
Ryoto says that will be unnecessary. If I have it my way, he will have to choose a champion.
Ooh, that should be even more interesting. And he kind of looks at Haga. Yes, I am. Shall we go?
So what's the plan? We take a boat into the night.
Seemed concerned with the night. I think our investigation should start there. We should perhaps look at the docks and see what we can find. If it's early enough, we can speak with villagers. They may perhaps have some clues towards this. I would trust their commentary on the investigations over his.
As would I. I agree. We should definitely start with the docks.
He expressly forbids you to leave the manor at night, so it will require stealth. So if you get caught, it is, well, death. Not death, but a lot of dishonor loss. The little you have left. Because you are both... Well, actually, yeah, it would be death, because you're one directly disobeying a lord, which is, like, the essence of being dishonorable. And second, you're also using stealth.
Okay.
But if you want to, you may.
So I guess like when we're preparing to leave, and go all stealthy and stuff, everyone obviously not making, because I'm assuming I'm the most heavily armored one here. But hearing Suzumi's voice in his head, just repeating, the note, the fact that I'm supposed to be honorable and I did all this, and everyone else being silent, they could all visibly hear Haga gritting his teeth. Stopping in place.
I'm assuming we haven't started to leave yet. I'm looking
No,
at
you guys are still in. I mean, you guys are still free to speak. His spell's still up.
Haga-san. Do you not wish to journey to the docks tonight?
Family makes it complicated.
We do not all need to go to the docks. The snoring of someone in our room would be a great benefit.
Haga sort of looks around. I snore?
I don't know if you do or not, but pretending to would really, really help.
He just lowers his head slowly. Oh.
What is Genzo doing? And also, Ryoto has been silent during this.
Rio is just waiting. You can tell that it's his intent to get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Ginzo's actually at the door about to open it, which is kind of like, will you guys stop talking so I can go kind of deal? Like, he's just really waiting for them to quit talking.
How close are we to nighttime now? Or is it full on night?
It's not full on night. Well, it's the point at which the sun is already over the horizon, over the ocean, and there's still just some light blue and purple in the sky.
Oh, so we don't really have to sneak out right now. He just said we couldn't go out at night, and if we leave now, we don't have to worry about like.
I say we
sneak
leave
out.
before sunset and just don't come back.
Yeah, then I'm leaving. If that's the case, I'm just opening the door and walking out.
Same.
I had thought it was like night now.
No, it's not. It's basically night, but the sun hasn't technically lowered, so you could kind of get away with it if you could just ignore most of the serpents, or if someone's suspicious about it, just talk them through it.
Yeah, I'm gonna confidently walk to the gate.
Yeah.
Same.
As you do, there will be guards, of course, and they will address. Where are you going, sir? So.
The village. We have much to look into.
And we do not have much time to do it in.
And
And with that,
Jeff,
I'm. No, go ahead.
I was going to tell him that. Okay, never mind. The answer.
Continuing to walk.
Yeah. Like,
No, I was
Go ahead,
asking if I knew, if I would know that leaving now would have not only bring dishonor to myself, but more importantly dishonor to my sister. So Haga is not gonna leave. He's gonna start heading to the rooms, but he's kind of grumbling and cussing under his breath the entire time.
It's only dishonorable if you get caught. If you're back in your bed and they don't know you left.
I know, but he's still doing that. He's bash your head in. Good at it. Shut up.
Okay. So what are you going to do? Are you just going to go to sleep? Are you going to talk with your sister or her husband before they properly go to bed? Are you going to talk with any servants? Is there anything else you'd like to do? You're muted.
Yeah, the Nessie strikes again. So she is part of because she's not the Lord's wife, but she's still high up in here.
Yeah. She's still high up. She has direct consultation. She basically his nephew is her husband.
Okay. So I think I'll go looking for my sister.
Okay. Her quarters, and she told you that, is on the other side. And you notice that the hallways will curve around because, again, parts of the building, it's like a series of circles rather than like the normal square, proper mansions that you're used to. So it's actually quite a bit disorientating. A servant, if you ask them, would lead you directly to her room.
Looking lost, I call one of the servants over.
Yes.
And she married into the Yoritomo family, right? To be sure?
She is married into the Yoritomo.
I'm looking for Yoritomo Suzumi.
Yes, Yoritomo-sama is this way. Please. And very nervously, the servant bows and then just walks ahead.
I follow.
She opens the door and, well, knocks first. Addresses the mistress, opens and introduces you, and they're actually sitting down to eat. You see rice and you see a spiced soup dish, which is not something you see often outside of like Mantis Islands. And sitting down, they're actually already eating. So you're coming in on a meal. Suzume seems quite happy. Her husband, who you've never been introduced to before, is right there. You haven't seen him since the wedding. You remember his name as... One second. My notes are failing me. Jae-soon. So Jisoo is the lord. Jae-soon is his nephew. They gave him a similar sounding name out of honoring of his uncle, which you know of that.
Alright. So I just sort of walk in and give like a half bow.
Months. He quickly checks himself and says, Haga-san, please join us.
So Haga bows, takes out his weaponry and takes a knee at the table.
The servants are preemptively adding food to the table as well, ready for you, and they're just adjusting everything from being this couple's meal for their lords to basically a family get-together that it's now turned into. You can obviously tell that Jae-soon is a tad annoyed, but there's this look toward his wife that is very sincere. It seems like most arranged marriages, there's not necessarily any mutual feelings.
Sorry, that's my brother.
So he has this very longing look in his eyes, like the slight watery pools, as if he's taking her in. And then he looks at you, and the same aura around her is not quite around you, but it is to a lesser extent, as if some of his affection for her, just by proxy, rubs off on you because you are technically family. Yes, please join us.
He just
What can I...
he just starts making small talk. I haven't seen you since your marriage to my sister.
As you can see, things are well. I've helped and studied at my uncle's school. The dojo is doing well. He's taken me on and would like me to eventually become an instructor. And he's actually high up. Know that he's actually a bushi that achieves very high ranks in his school. So this man is actually not to be trifled with in most respects, but he's very unassuming. He's very laid back compared to his uncle, considerably.
I guess like with an almost informal like giggle, like a chuckle. It's like, oh, yes, only a strong man will do for my sister. And he starts, when the food arrives, he just starts eating like if he was supposed to always be there.
Indeed, only a strong man could handle your sister. And you can see like a huge grin just suddenly come over your sister's face. She's like, damn straight kind of thing.
I think like turning and seeing the grin of my sister, I just, with the eye that is away from Jason, just sort of wink. keep eating.
You can see a slight grimace, like a slight thing. Since the servants are ducking in and out, this is a more personable area. It's actually, it's not formal, so it's not required. It's suitable for samurai in this condition to actually show more emotion. So you can tell that she's a bit more relaxed, and there's actually a bit of a smile on her face. They were discussing just personal matters. Yes, is there anything that we can help you with? Brother.
Knows. The issue troubles me, but I have to wait till sunrise to investigate.
Why would it? It is dangerous to go out. He applies that rule to everyone in the manor. Anyone who stays within it. The villagers go out. There is incredibly unsettling how, and she kind of turns her head away from you. Oh, she turns her head away from you and she covers her face. And after all, there's several questionable things that the henan do at night. And just saying very gruffly, as a matter of fact, her husband ignores, and Jae-soon just interrupts, saying, well, the opium houses and the foreigners, the gaijin, and their wishes to partake of the geisha in the area have created quite a muck at night. He does not wish anyone to lose honor by partaking in some of the things that have gone on. Several people have been killed, even just last week.
I hold no fear.
No, but you wish to keep hold that which you still have left.
Just, nods. Takes some food and starts chewing.
Yes, after all, you've done such honorable things, such as protecting that man on the road. Right, brother?
Hi.
Yes, she tells me quite often of your exploits. Quite often. And you could tell your sister has doesn't necessarily have rose-tinted glasses of you, but is someone who is, ever since the incident, ever since you have been disembarked, she has been the one stable that has been trying to anchor you back into the family in some form or fashion.
I guess in an attempt to, I'm not gonna say like derail the conversation, but in an attempt to not really talk about that too much more, he's just sort of almost stuffing his face now. Instead of taking some food, chewing, chatting, he's just like unendingly eating.
So for the investigation, the incident that your your task. Sorry, I have phlegm in my throat. It's a byproduct. You'd think I would be Jewish. Your sister starts the conversation again about what happened on the docks. Apparently, Jae-soon was one of the samurai that went down there to actually investigate after the bodies were found, thinking that it would be dangerous. They sent a well-established bushi down there to try to sort out a matter, thinking that it was a ninja of some variety, shinobi, or pirates.
So, the correct term. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna say it because I don't have any etiquette. I wouldn't know. So, Yoritomo-san, you saw what happened.
I saw the aftermath. The ship washed back onto the dock. It didn't land itself. People had to board it in order to get it back. But once the henan did, they refused to go anywhere near it. We had to wash for several hours because of the sheer amount of blood and bodies that were left on the ship. Everyone was killed. Everyone was slaughtered. The deck was wet. I saw no one. We scoured the ship, thinking that maybe something had still aboard, maybe something had crawled out of the water, like the rumors of the local fishermen have been saying. Nothing. Couldn't find anything. Just dismembered bodies. Just death. Just torn apart things. They were sliced, finely cut. Other ones were ripped apart. There were chains that went through entire human beings. And you could tell that your sister is actually quite intrigued by these descriptions, as if she is completely unfazed. So she's much more of a crab than her her exterior lends itself. She has very dainty features, but you could tell that she has this hardened fastness about everything. Like, she's dead center serious, listening intently to everything her husband's saying, because this is actually a subject that interests her. The bodies themselves had chains that were, of course, used on board for various things, and rope that went through different body parts. They were strung over it, as if the rope or the chains themselves, someone after the fact ran it through one orifice and not the other. There was no indications of struggle, just men trying to run away. Body parts, again, everywhere. Found one man whose legs were halfway across the other side of the ship.
With this new description, new information, can I roll like another lower Shadowlands?
Okay. What's your Shadowlands rank?
It's only rank 1.
Okay. Go ahead.
Where's the thing? I got 24.
Okay. So the target was 20s. Shadowlands. So you remember them talking, like men talking about the wall when you're still a crab, right? Talking about different things they saw, and you've heard like rumors of maybe something like Nezumi. You've heard rumors of horrible monstrosities crawling out and trying to crawl along the wall. People fighting horrible, horrible things, men, allies, even family members of yours who have been killed or had to be killed after they were tainted. But you don't recognize any description of something that would be full of taint, right? You would think that there would be at least a survivor or someone, but there was no sign of taint anywhere on the ships. It doesn't sound like something from the Shadowlands. Now, the ferocity sounds like something that could have come out of the Shadowlands, but there's nothing that feels to you as if it's like it would come from that direction. It doesn't feel like a tainted creature. It doesn't feel like a normal thing you would have had to fight as a crab. It's not something you're used to.
So I guess at this point, like, Haga would have stopped chowing down and almost put like his hands on his thighs as he's sitting, and like eyes begin to slowly widen, and he's like growing a little closer as he's leaning over, hanging on every word of this description, since it's something that seems so foreign to him as to what exactly happened.
And as he finishes his story, there's a clink as his teacup hits the other surface. And there's a clink of metal ringing. You can hear men and henan coming in and out over toward the other sides, and I'm switching over to the other group. You guys are walking back into town. You actually see different members of the lower caste actually going out to different buildings that are near the docks on the far side. This is a very open village. It's kind of built along the shore rather than the actual place. There's people talking in and out, and then there's men who are finishing up because it's now still purple, and so the blue is actually receding from the sky. So day is on its very, very last breath. And you can even see the moon already coming over the other side on the ocean.
Okay, so we got past the guards without too much hassle?
Nope, because it was still daytime.
Okay, good.
You just can't go back.
Yep.
And there will be an answering. You'll have to come up with some kind of excuse.
I already have semantics prepared.
Yep.
Okay. I believe that the dock should be our first place to look. Henan and Etta will provide us answers later, but we should perhaps wrap our heads around the crime scene first.
I would agree.
All right. Does any of you have any shipman? Sorry, what's the word? What is that skill? Seafaring.
You mean sailing?
Sailing.
Sailing.
Who's got a sailing skill?
Me.
All right. If you want to find just the general area to try to recognize these ships based off the description, that's a 15. If you want to find the specific ship that you're looking for, that'll be a 20. It's your choice. It'll be single raise.
Okay. Then I'm gonna do the raise for the 20.
Okay.
And I got a 34.
All right. So you recognize. Is it a 34?
Mm-hmm. I'm using the dice roller on the character manager, or did you actually want me to roll it and roll 20?
Roll and roll 20. I'll give it to you, but
you want me
next
to...
time just roll and roll 20.
Okay.
The dice. Sorry. As you go past the ship, you start. I'm assuming you're leading everyone, right? Describing to them this ship. Oh, this ship is used. Mantis ships, because they can do this. They last longer in the storms, and it was built this way. The rudder's perfect. The sails are made out of X material. And as you go through, you realize that there is one ship that is obviously not docked properly. And it was docked away fairly recent, so it should have been properly fastened down. It also has this rutting, aged look to it, like it's been out at sea for a long time.
Okay.
It's probably the one that you're looking for.
And you said it's
And also,
a little bit away from the dock, so we would have to like hop on a boat to get over to it.
no, it is in the docks, so you could get over to it. It's just on the other end. It's away. It's ships down. And as you make your way to it, you notice people are actually not around it. It looks like the people who are last getting shipments out of the boats are finishing up in their various docks. They're actually moving past Henan and lowers doing that.
Okay. I'm going to point to the last ship and say, there is our destination, I believe. And with that, like, not even letting them respond, I start walking towards the ship.
I'll nod and begin following.
Same. Nod and follow him.
Looking at the ship, you hear Usagi mention something about uncared for ships in Mantis lands must be a bad omen.
One would certainly think.
You recognize that is Genzo, those words resonate with you, especially on that roll with seafaring. Like, this was obviously, they did the bare minimum to tie it off, and then they did not touch it from then on. This ship in these sailors' minds is probably cursed. You could probably empathize with that heavily, because sailors are typically very superstitious about how they do things. And if something horrible happened to them, or if they believe something is associated with that ship, they will not go near it.
When Ryoto said something about omens and whatnot, he just kind of rolls his eyes and kind of keeps on walking. Looking at the ship, does it look... You did say that it was a little bit more worn, but basically what I'm looking for is the more detail of the ship. Does it look like it's been damaged on the outside?
That would be investigation search.
Yep. How long has it been kind of in use, sort of thing? Is it an investigation notice or just investigation?
It's investigation search.
Oh, search? Okay.
Mm-hmm. And how many raises were you calling for each of those? Because that would be 2 raises if you wanted to know everything.
I'm just going to call 1.
Just 1? All right.
Yeah. Modifier 0, 25.
All right. So
Call 2.
the warping on the outside is merely because people haven't been taking care of it in the past few weeks. Looks like a storm has gone through and has probably messed with it. You can tell because of how the rope is that it's just been around for the past few weeks. So this may not actually be the most recent ship. You remember there was mentioning of the most recent ship is actually the one with the crane. There's no sign of anything that would resemble anything in regards to the crane before for this particular ship. So this ship hasn't been touched in some time, so it's not even the most recent one. It could have been the most second recent or third to last ship that's happened. You weren't given a specific number because you guys didn't inquire about it as to how many ships this has happened to. You know, it was more than one. The wearing itself, of course, just means it is because it hasn't been kept properly while it's been in dock. You have to go inside if you want to find out more.
As we're walking towards the ship, Ikaku would reach into his satchel and take out a pair of black gloves and quickly pull them on. Then he would kind of look at the other two. Shall we go aboard?
Are you just that afraid of splinters, or are you worried about something else?
Almost in answer to your question, Usagi pulls out a pair of gloves and he's tightening them down and he says, "Taint."
He just kind of points over to Ryota. He just kind of thumbs a point over at Ryota and quickly pulls the pipe out of his obi, puts it in his mouth, and begins to fill it.
Yeah, he was actually kind of making fun of you a little bit because he was thinking that you were worried about the splinters, like because he has not encountered taint, so he doesn't really know about it.
At that point, Ikaku just kind of patch on the shoulder. Go visit Crablands more often.
There's no need to go down there. And with that scene, go ahead.
Climb into the ship.
I'm also lighting the pipe and climbing onto the ship.
So you're lighting a pipe. Are you guys trying to do it stealthily, or do you just not care if any henan or anyone sees you?
Nah.
Not right now.
Well, I don't think they're going to be really looking at the ghost ship anyways, so I think we're just going to climb on board.
Fair enough. As you make your way, you're able to climb your way. You don't see any bodies. They've all long been removed. The bow of the ship itself, most of the supplies, you still see spice that's actually just laying around wasted. There are flies and various other insects and probably rats that are storming their way. You even see one that's made its way across the bow of the ship. The sails have all been worn, and it's surprised that it's still even fully intact because of how little people have touched it. You do see, as the moonlight starts crisping over the side of the forest, which there is a forest on the far side from the island, and you see a moon. And in the moonlight, you can tell that there's stains in the wood.
I'm gonna do a inner gift on the spice. So that is awareness.
So you are technically handling blood right now, though you are wearing gloves, aren't you? So, okay.
Yeah.
That was 15, right?
Correct.
Man, that's a useful gift. Man, I love that advantage. But the people don't respect divination enough. But you touch it, and the last person who touched the spice in your mind is see a vision of a young henan, a young merchant man who is very obviously trying to stow it away. And as he sets it down, a single black shape swings in a circular fashion, and the top torso falls off. His legs fall afterwards. That's what you see.
Okay.
Did you want to do any more, Chris, or?
I'm gonna cast a spell, so it'll take some time. You're gonna see that Ryoto has starts ruffling through his scroll bag and pulls out another scroll.
Okay. While he's doing that, I want to take a look at the mass and basically look at all the damage, like see if it's done by claws, see if it was done by a weapon, that sort of thing.
Do you have battle?
Sure? I'm not sure. Let me look. Yes,
You can
I
use
do,
battle
actually.
or investigation search or what else for damage? Shadowlands would also work, I suppose. I would also allow lore. Depends on the lore. Probably several kinds of lore. Depends on what you're trying to find out. Trying to find out what did it cause the damage. Correct.
I'm more or less looking at the damage to see what would cause, not necessarily creature-wise, but weapon-wise.
You want to see a
if it
weapon?
was, like,
All right.
yeah,
If
if
you
it
want to
was,
recognize a weapon, you're going to need battle.
okay.
Battle. Lore battle. Or you may use your weapon skill if you want to recognize a particular weapon that you are good with.
Oh, that's skill name. Son of a.
That was your spellcraft. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you kind of blew that out of the water, didn't you?
I'm good at what I do.
I'm surprised you didn't call any raises.
Yeah,
It
neither
wouldn't
did
do
I.
any good for this spell.
Battle. So that's your battle skill. Do you have lore battle?
Lore battle?
Or
No.
battle.
I just have the battle skill.
Okay, good. So what you recognize actually, you look. You'll have to go through several ways along the wall, right? So I'm assuming you're going down the rim of the ship.
Yeah.
Once you enter into the deck, down below where the cargo would have to be held, you see a long slash along the side, and it's very. You recognize that kind of slash. It's a circular motion, so it has to be with a chain weapon. However, you've never seen a chain weapon slice through wood this quickly, this fast. Looks like it even halfway cut the mast off. You actually find a gash where it took out almost first half of the mast. It's just barely standing on its full weight.
Ikaku-san.
Yes.
And when I'm guessing he's still like up above, and when he comes downstairs, I'm just gonna kind of point and show him the damage that this thing has done. And have you seen anything like this? I believe it was done with a chain kind of weapon, but I've never seen anything this powerful.
I'll walk over to it and kind of look at it a little closer. As he does, he's undoing the chain around his own waist and kind of holding his Kizarigama blade up to the side of it.
And it is the very weapon that you're holding. You recognize that kind of pattern. It seems like the particular blade that would be used is a lot heavier, though. It's not something that... It would have to be, one, a heavier weapon, and two, a speed that is you've never seen before used for that weapon. You've seen chain wielders maybe be able to like grapple someone down off their horse, or if they're really good, being able to slice into a man with a single slice, maybe through their jugular, through their throat. Legendary actions, but never through solid materials. Right? It's a weapon designed for ripping through flesh, carving into someone. It holds them down. It's not meant to be this mass destruction that you're seeing. So
You would see Ikaku kind of like his eyes narrow a little bit, and he takes a long drag from the pipe, pulls it from his mouth, and just kind of blows the very thick, wispy smoke out. The blade end would have to be incredibly heavy and wielded by someone with an extreme level of skill.
Skill or strength? And with that, he's like looking at the mass and how it's just cleanly torn through.
Both. To wield a blade that heavy, especially attached to a chain with this kind of skill, it would be both. I'm going to roll a chain weapons and see just how strong and skillful I think that person would be.
okay.
And you said it was done with a Kasarigama,
Yes.
so I'm
You
going to
could
roll
recognize
this.
it.
I'm going to roll this with emphasis.
Okay, so it would be a 20, and you would have to call raises for each bit of that information.
I am
if you want both.
going to call 2 raises.
So you need a 30.
So did Chris's spell go off?
Yes, it would. I'm just
Yes,
waiting.
it would at this point. I'm just getting to that in a second. We'll do that after this.
That's not going to give it to me.
No. You think maybe you would be able to get a better look after maybe talking with someone else who is a master of it. You know that there are people on the island who wield chain weapons as well. I mean, that's one of the calling factors of the Yoritomo, because they do use peasant weapons, and among those can be chain weapon wielding as well, although they use other things along with that.
I'm gonna walk around and try to get just a better look. I want to see if anything really calls out to me while I'm kind of thinking on this and trying to figure out who I should talk to.
Where on the ship do you go? Do you go down below again, or do you go?
I'm literally wandering around the ship.
Okay, just make a investigation search, and while we do that, Chris, your spell.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
the spell that I am using is called By the Light of the Moon. What's going to end up happening is Usagi's eyes, the 2 discolored eyes that he has, kind of glow a little bit as he channels the kami, which is very standard for Shugenjas, but the glow lasts much longer than his spell casting does. Usually once the words are finished and the enchantment is done, that glow fades, but for a good solid minute his eyes are lit with almost a silvery moon glow kind of look. What it does is it highlights any sort of non-magical concealed objects are revealed to me by showing what appears to be a slightly luminous outline to me.
Okay, so you said non-magical.
Yeah, and it would be within a 20-foot radius, which if it's a small boat, it should cover the whole thing.
Okay. So If you look, you actually can look down through the bow of the ship, and as you're looking through, there's spices scattered everywhere, and there is a concealed series of pieces of paper wrapped up toward the back of the bow of the ship. You also see at the top that there is several kunai that have been placed along the side as well. Those, though, were hidden away in a compartment over toward actually where they steer. And it looks like that where the chain weapon actually went through one of those gashes actually almost hit that compartment where the kunai are stored.
Okay. Ryota will signal to the other two. There's some things that you need to see. And he's going to take him to the kunai compartment first.
Okay. So
as he does walk them over there, the light will fade from his eyes, the time being up.
And you notice well enough, as well, Ikaku, as you went down to the bow of the ship, and you were walking, you noticed that there's lots of different color, like some of the colors you can kind of make out of the spices. It's hard to tell because there's so much staining. But you don't see any of the green spice that you're supposed to be looking at, and which is common, especially for something of this area. I don't know if your character would know exactly what that is, but you know that it's missing.
So it would be, I may not know exactly what green spice is, but green spice should have been on this ship.
Should have been. Like, there's so many colors everywhere. It's such a common thing. Why would it not be on the ship? Basically.
Okay. With that, I'll walk back up, and after he shows us that stuff, I would want to check the captain's quarters.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I would like to make basically like a CSI roll to see if I could tell where this guy originated from on the boat, or like to see if I could tell which one was his first victim that he attacked, or maybe the last victim. I'm guessing like you want like a battle roll.
I will allow you to do a battle roll. The difficulty, though, will be 30.
Okay. Would there be...
And in order to know both that information, I will require a raise, but it's your choice. So you can know first or last victim, and if you call 2 raises, I'll allow you to know the whole depiction.
Okay, could I do maybe hunting to lower that TN just a little bit down before the raises, or?
Hunting?
Yeah.
Nope.
Basically using hunting to track.
To try to track them, I'll allow you to use either or skill, but I'm only going to give you 1 roll.
Okay. So it's still going to be target
It's going to
number
be a
30?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because it's such chaos, you have old stains mixed with spice, and the bodies themselves are not there. You know, all you have is vague impressions of where the blood splatter would be, and it's in the moonlight on top of that. So what you're doing is basically the equivalent of being a CSI agent on the show, and it's not quite in CIS. Even though that would be cool in CIS, L5R would be cool.
Basically what we do all the time.
As you're making that roll, and as you make that realization, you come back up. Ryoto is showing you guys this compartment. He pulls out a false board, and there's kunai.
I would reach down and pick up one of the kunai and kind of spin it around to test the balance.
It's excellent.
And to anybody watching, I just revealed that I have the ninjutsu skill.
Which you may roll, by the way, to use to try to see if you're familiar with this
And I am going.
kind of methodology.
I am going to roll that. And I have specific specing and shuriken too, which kunai are.
You may.
At this point, I'm not really paying attention to what you're doing. I'm kind of investigating the ship.
31.
Right. When you look at it, and I would love to hear Ryoto's reaction to when you start spinning this kunai around. I'm going. In order to actually ascertain, you're going to have to actually throw the thing with skill. Are you willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay. You throw it with skill, and you hit it. And you see, as you throw it, you see the end mark. Like there's a gradient on it. And the way it's cut is actually quite familiar. This is something that would be made by a Koga.
I look at Ryoto. Can you check to see if these things are tainted?
No, there's not really a good way to tell that. You could always take them to a shrine and have them washed if you wish to keep them on you during the inspection.
But yeah, you throw on it sticks in, and the make reminds you of a Koga. Although it's not wise, as you know, to be carrying around kunai anywhere, especially not in the realm of a lord that you've already insulted.
You could for investigational purposes, but it would be best to keep them in like a separate bag kind of thing. You'd know that.
Are these better than the kunai I already have on me?
Yes, they're quite better.
They're excellent.
This is a very professional job. Like, it's very good.
Yeah, I'm taking like 5 of them.
Well, that's all there is. So
yeah, Ryoto will kind of look at the hit over there, and he says, "What incredible luck!"
Yes, it was amazing luck.
They must be fashioned well for even an untrained warrior to be able to throw them that cleanly.
Yes, very well balanced.
I don't think this has anything to do with the deaths, but it is good to know that this is on this lord's ship.
Yes, it is good to know, and I believe, though I am by no means an expert, these were fashioned by the Koga.
Koga are a family of legend. As far as I knew, they don't even exist. Wives' tales.
They are merely tales, but there are some who use the name to fashion weapons such as this.
There's one more thing below decks. Some letters that were hidden.
Yes, we should definitely go check those. But before we go below decks, we should check out the captain's quarters. We need to manifest for this ship.
Very well. And Ryoto will kind of move his hand to signal that you should lead from here.
I begin to walk forward. And for anybody watching, that the conversation with me and Chris just now was basically, I know you're a ninja, I know you know I'm a ninja, but none of us are going to say it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily ignoring you two. I'm trying to be CSI, but failing horribly at it.
At this point, you've come back from the bow of the ship, and you're very disappointed. You've been searching up and down. All you see is blood, stains, and spice, and wrecked materials. All the bodies have been removed, and you see them already heading their way to the captain's quarters.
Okay. Ginzo would kind of take a second before following, like, kind of almost cursing that they removed the bodies. It's like, if I just had that one more detail, I would have been able to figure it out. And with that, he just like, oh well, pulls out his fan and starts waving it in front of his face and starts following the group.
You would also see the smile on Kaku on a Kaku's face right now is a little wider.
Is it what?
A little bit wider.
So as you come up and you go onto a deadless, soulless ghost ship with blood spatters all over, with spice dumped out on the bow of the ship, there's a man with smoke and his rings with the full moon in full view of the ring and a giant crescent smile on his face.
It's creepy as hell.
Basically. He just summarized everything I just said in 2 words. Oh, 3 words. Whatever.
Words.
Speaking of creepy conversations, there is you continue to have a conversation with your sister and her husband, by the way, a little bit later into the night. Was there anything particular that you wanted to ask?
Not really. I just wanted to get more information on what they knew about the ship, and I guess again, not really having any etiquette whatsoever. Haga knows that the man in which we spoke to, the Jisa, right, is this guy's uncle, correct?
Mhm.
I don't know how to say uncle in this setting, but basically saying that is everything all right with his uncle? Like asking him if everything's all right with his uncle.
Please forgive him. He is a bit overstressed. He is always like this whenever he is doing something for the school. He has not told me himself, but everyone within the dojo whispers that he might be working on a new technique, a new kata.
He's like, he does, again, not knowing how to say it in the setting, but he does appear wound up.
Our lord is very skilled with various kinds of weapons, and he has taken a great interest in the Kunisagari as of late, or Kurisagama.
Kusurigami?
Kusurigami, whatever, yes.
Alright.
It is hushed among those that he has taken under himself that he is working on something new, a technique that could rival and maybe even boost the mantis to excel even greater than the lion.
Like, just
There's
sort of.
rumors even of a new style of duel
Alright.
that he wishes to implement. The academy, the dojo is one of the strongest tie between us and the rest of the family. I'm sure that burden weighs on him more than anyone else.
Now, what would I know about the Kusurigama as far as
It's
a fighting style?
Just in general, it's informal. I mean, it can be used to grapple people, to tie people down. It's a swinging chain weapon, and it was traditionally used it was originally a peasant weapon that the Bushi are able to. Yoritomo have developed the ability to use various kinds of peasants' weapons and developed a formal style around them. The weapon itself has become almost ritualized in the dojo, so it's become very flashy rather than practical. Yoritomo, thank you. And I'm performing a Chester. The Yoritomo have it's gotten to the point where it's become more ritual than practical. Even though they do use it to great effectiveness, they are skilled bushi.
So just again,
but it's just one weapon among many.
Yeah,
that
sort of
Yoritomo use.
Being such a proponent of heavy weapons, Haga will just say, "But Kusurigama lacks," and he's just making motions of flexing under his armor.
Lacks weight.
Lacks strength.
Please do not insult. You see your sister. She gives you a hushed motion. Please don't insult school that way. Brother, I have seen them. They are able to do things far, far, far more than normal bushi. It is an avid weapon, especially in the hands of a very skilled master.
So Haga's like, not the, stumbling over his words. Hi.
I have once seen in a duel, a man has, in a duel of first blood, has actually taken the leg off clean of another man as they were fighting with one of them.
He just raises his eyebrow like, ugh, and tries to recollect whether or not he's ever seen Ikaku use his tool to that effectiveness.
Taking those weapons and developing techniques that are more powerful, more useful, more refined is what our Lord has attempted to do his life. And he has allowed me the option of taking up his mantle after he moves on into the Great Circle, Great Wheel.
This is Jason talking, right?
Mhm.
So I guess still trying to again hide that real sinister grin. Hearing that his sister's husband is going to be elevated, soon elevated even higher.
Okay.
Would I now this kind of goes to like we've never known each other. This group has never known each other outside, or we're all uh, forest killers, right?
Well,
3 of you are.
three of them
I
are
come
force
from-
killers, so you're probably loosely familiar with one another. You've gotten to know each other a bit while being on the boat ride, because you guys had quite a journey in order to get here, because you've had to make your way all the way past Mantis Lands on
So,
boat.
Ikaku, right? Ikaku's a forest killer, correct?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, yes.
So, either meeting Ikaku before or hearing about him, I don't know his actual skill, but would I have been able to recollect him actually using that Kusurigama in any sort of comparable measure to what my sister's telling me?
Among the forest killers, any kind of skirmish, Kaku would have been known to do something kind of underhanded when fighting. He would enjoy wrapping the weight end of the Kasarigama around somebody's leg or ankle, tripping them, and then spinning the kama in around and trying to drive it directly through their chest.
But again, everything he has to do requires considerable amount of work. It's heard of, like, the level of skill required to just clean a person's leg off is
Here's the thing. I'm just trying to Haga is trying to get the measure of that kind of skill to hear those stories.
the measure of those stories. The level of that skill would be someone who would be like high ranking within a dojo. I mean, that's clearly what's the level here. So it's the rank of power is that it would have to be someone considerate, like he's skilled, would have to be more skilled than him.
Yeah, I'm just like, by what sort of degree, or like if I could roll maybe a battle or something to see. I forget the word to use, but sort of like degree. How many tiers above in skill must this man be than the only real Kusurigama user that I know?
You're trying to roll. The only way you could do it is to roll Kasirigami to try and determine what his rank would be.
Okay. Would that be like?
That would
I
be the
don't have
weapon.
Kusurigami as a skill,
Yeah, you would have to do an untrained skill and then just hope for the best.
so I hope for the best. But how does that?
1d10?
What is that? That's what governs that?
It's a d10 if I'm not mistaken. Just a single d10.
Okay, so it's just like a one keep one.
We'll keep one.
Wouldn't that be a trait roll?
Yeah, it would be whatever. It'd be your.
I thought an untrained roll.
Untrained
roll is
trait roll
1k1.
-1.
Yeah, we're talking at the same time.
Oh.
I didn't get none of that.
Trait roll.
So it's a 1d10
-1.
-1. Got it.
It's a trait roll -1.
Trait roll
Kasarigama
minus
Trait
one.
roll -1. Got
Chain weapons, or which what Kusarigama falls under, is agility.
So what's
So you
your
have to remember-
agility?
4.
Okay, you're gonna roll a 3, keep 3, because it's -1, -1.
Okay, hold on. This. Three. Thing. 28.
What you know is that it would have to be someone of considerable measure above him. To know the rank is difficult. It would have to be above his rank if you were to do it as levels. And back to the ship. So, what are you guys doing? You're going down to gather the letters, I'm supposing? Or no, you went to the ship's captain. When you reach inside and you go through the captains, you can tell that pretty much everything has already been taken out. The notes are gone. The ship manifest is not there. It was probably taken by the Lord himself to be kept, or whoever is in charge of this particular ship that he has over his ship.
I look around at the others. The manifest has been taken. Bastards.
I mean, it would be standard protocol. Like, if you were to recover what you could off of a ship, you would need to take everything, including the manifest.
It does make sense for them to take that. It's not
Yes. I'm well aware that it makes sense for them to take it. I was just hoping one of them would screw up. You know selling, though. So tell me, Genzo, green spice, the green spice, I can't remember its name or what it's called, but would it be horribly common on this kind of a ship, especially in this size of a ship?
Yes.
Okay. Would I know the name of the spice that he's trying to describe?
Yeah, 1 second. Uno momento. Green spice that you're talking about is actually a particular kind of nori. And nori is the term. Nori is one of the basic spices for most of the ingredients that people use. It's seaweed. And this is an island where there should be plenty. This area of the world, there should be plenty to gather. So it's highly uncommon for someone to not have an nori around. And there's a particular kind that is very common in this area. So you would know just from being a sailor that any trade from this island should have nori. The fact that it doesn't have nori on it's weird. It's kind of like going into a gas station and there not being Coke products.
Okay. What was you asking again, Josh? I forgot.
I was asking if it was common for the ship for a ship coming from this island to be carrying it.
Okay. Normally it is common, but it could be that the spice wasn't contaminated and they removed it already. Because looking around, and that's what we see when we look around the spice on the ground, it's been contaminated basically, right?
Most of it's covered in blood and been
Yeah.
rinsed off by seawater and salt and everything else.
Why would they remove one spice that's been contaminated and not remove the rest?
Well, no, that's why I'm saying it may not have been contaminated, and that's why they removed it. It's just a possibility, or it could have been possible that it's never been on the ship in the first place, which that's pretty odd.
Well, there was none that I saw, and I find that disconcerting. Regardless, Usagi-san, you said you had another thing to show us.
Yes, there's some paperwork, something small like that. It's hidden below the decks. If I remember, it's down this direction. He'll start descending down one of the ladder wells.
Go through and you're. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask. Of course, I'm going to wait for him to descend all the way down. But is it far enough down to where I could just jump down instead of like climbing down the ladder?
You go. It wouldn't hurt you too badly. You might like sprain something if you landed wrong.
Oh, well then no. I just figured, me being on ships, I kind of knew how to do
You
that.
probably
I'll
do
just
the
like
cool sailor thing that pretty
Right.
much everybody learns, where you just kind of hook your feet around the edge of the ladder and slide down.
Yeah, I was going to do that, but I was going to kind of wait for you to, or I was going to jump down while you were climbing down, just to kind of show off, but Chepe put, a stop to that plan. So yeah, I'm going to wait until you kind of clear the ladder and just slide down.
Just slide down the ladder. Woo.
Okay.
I would follow them as well.
Usagi will kind of sift through things because you said that it looked like it was buried, and he'll eventually fish up these documents that he saw, or whatever they happen to be.
Okay. As you find them, they're actually buried in some spice. The documents themselves appear to be notes, things written in the ship manifest, and there's also notes written down, copied regarding different amounts of spice that has been taken up interest by the crane, for which the village has gotten its name from, which is
Brought up
Karaseki.
a little bit inside there, so I just want to make sure I understood that. It's paperwork that's talking about the ship's manifest, and it's listing the red spice the village is named after.
Correct.
Okay.
There's also a list of towns and places, and below there is also a list of names. But it seems like the names themselves don't make any sense. The characters don't. You can just tell it's names because of the amount of characters on them. Probably a code of some variety. There's only 4 names listed.
Okay. Kind of scanning through the documents, he'll look for more things that stand out as codes, and he'll begin kind of to put them inside his obi and start climbing up the ladder. You can tell that Ryoto's kind of preoccupied. He's gotten himself into his mood. He's heading back towards the captain's quarters, where a desk should be.
Okay, you may.
Okay. I am going to do a calligraphy check, and I have emphasis in cipher. I want to see if I can break this.
All right. Are you calling any reasons or anything specific?
What is the target number, just so I know ahead of time?
20.
You said what?
20.
20? I will call 2 raises. One, I'd like to see if I can clearly identify the penmanship so that I can use it for a comparison later to try and find the author. And another raise so that I can piece together the cipher so that I can use it later on as well. Like to actually fully break the cipher instead of just those names that are there.
All right.
Okay. Whew.
All right, so you do, and as you unravel this code, what you realize is that the ship's manifest is written out. So it was obviously copied from the original ship's manifest, but it was put in an intentionally different order. And that order is corresponding to the characters that you would expect written down. So the characters actually represent the position for the actual characters you need to look for phonetically. So they're using homologs, so you know how characters can have different sounds and different meanings. So you're looking at the character at the top, and you just go through each one, and you realize that these names were probably members of the ship, and among them was a Yoritomo name. It's Yoritomo Davin. Davin, D-A-B-I-N. The other names that are also written seem to be people of henan, so these are important henan families. So just basically the people who would be running the ship. So people of note on it. The penmanship, as you recognized, is someone who is very quick and brief. So you'll be able to compare it later. You recognize this is probably a target list.
And it was probably somebody who's like trained in calligraphy, not like a peasant who just happens to know how to write kind of thing.
It's someone who's trained in coding and ciphering, and it's also someone who's trained in calligraphy. It's not as rough as someone who's a master. So if it was like, it's nowhere near like someone who's like a Tonbo who's very good at calligraphy or a Crane or something like that. It's not quite on that level, but it's definitely above like a henan. It's too fancy not to be someone who's academically trained.
Ikaku, you seem to have some what would he say? You seem to have some scholarly knowledge of the Koga clan. Perhaps we are dealing with somebody who is attempting to say that they're Koga or some sort of other ninja. I found a ciphered code here. This appears to be a list of names. Most are henan, but the one that catches my eye is Yoritomo Davin. Have you heard of ninjas operating in such manners, like a list of targets being ciphered like this?
Would I have? I'm assuming the answer is yes.
You would have. So what actually this would be? It looks like what this particular shinobi was trying to do was keep track of everything going on in the ship. These were targets to be taken care of later, not now. And so this person is basically functioning as a spy, less as an assassin, taking important information, probably bought out by a house.
There also seems to be some of the ship's manifest that's been copied over here too. It's not ciphered.
Kind of step behind him and look at the list, the ciphered names, and combine that with the unciphered information and try to form some kind of an idea of what the person who did this would be trying to think of and trying to do.
It's very obvious this person was spying. So what this person was doing was slowly collecting information as it was safe over time. You could tell by the penmanship that it was probably written little by little. This particular document was probably what his goal was the entire time.
Well,
although there would normally be a companion document, which there are other documents other than just that next to it, that would normally be relevant information to the people in question, also in code.
I believe what we're dealing with is someone who fancies themselves a spy. If this person, by some means, convinced others of what he fancied himself to be, or that he was that, he could have easily been hired by any number of people, especially those in a great clans that like to play in the shadows.
This complicates things further. If he was here as a spy and not as a hitman, the deaths don't make sense. Most likely, just another death on board the crew, caught up in whatever mess we've gotten ourselves into.
But the way the weapon was wielded worries me.
As you say those words, you hear a splash on the outside of the ship.
Can we tell where it's coming from? That's
you instantly, because you're a sailor, you would instantly know what direction.
Okay.
Yeah, my eyes are going to look to the guy who actually understands boats and stuff like that.
Yeah, my eyes are going to move to him as I kind of just begin to step backwards and slip into the shadows.
I haven't left the captain's desk where I'm leisurely pinning ciphers right now.
I am essentially going into stealth.
What are you doing, Gunzo?
Figuring out where the hell that noise comes from. So basically, I'm gonna head topside, I guess, and look over. I'm not sure if I'm gonna look over. I'm gonna head topside first, and just kind of wait to see if I hear anything more. And if I don't hear anything more, then I will look over the edge and kiss my ass goodbye.
You look over the edge and you catch the glimpse of what appears to be a thin, long strip of black just going under the water. The ripples, and then they settle.
Okay, so from where everybody is, Ikaku is somewhere in the shadows. I have no clue where he is, but is he like following me?
Yeah, I'm following you. I'm following you, but I'm like sticking as stealthily as I can, and on my stealth roll, I got a 30.
Okay.
And is the captain's quarters on the top deck? I'm assuming, like
It would
and
be.
it's where Chris is. Okay. So I'm going to run over to the captain's quarters and be like, sticking my head inside, be like, Ryoto. I butchered that, didn't I? Ryoto.
No.
There we go.
That's right.
We have trouble, I believe. There is something, and I'm assuming the strip that I saw, I definitely know that that's not a fish. Like, I'm not just going crazy, correct? Oh, it could be a fish? Okay.
It could be. You don't really know. It's just a long strip. It seems flexible.
Okay. I think we might have a situation. I saw something in the water. It could be a fish, but I seriously doubt it. I know I've been away from the waters for a long time, but I know my eyes wouldn't deceive me that badly.
Well, my business here is done anyways. He'll take the papers, the ciphered copy and the original copies, and fold it up and put it inside his kimono or his jacket. I forget what the jacket's called. Grabbing his katana, which he had to take off to sit down, he'll affix it in his obi again. Whatever's in there, I don't want to fight it in the water.
Okay. Do you guys leave the ship?
That's my intent.
Yeah.
I'll be following them. I'm going to be shadowing them, but I'm going to be staying in stealth the entire time.
As you can. Eventually you'll have to get to the buildings where there's going to be light toward the end of town. At that point, it would be next to impossible to... Because you'll be right next to them. It'll be an open area.
What time of day is it?
You can't just... It's night. It's dead night at this point. You guys were in there for quite some time.
If we get to the buildings and there's a space where I can slip to the roofs and keep an eye on them that way, I will do that.
We're not sure if we're going to make it to the buildings.
You're able to get out of the ship?
But as exiting...
Go.
Well, I was going to say, as we exit the ship and get on the docks, I'm going to be checking the water to... Basically, I'm going to try to be aware if it's a creature or something along those lines.
Give me an investigation notice.
Yeah, basically, I'm looking for an ambush.
I would also be watching them, their surroundings, and looking for anything trying to attack them.
I'm going to call a raise.
Alright. Okay. So once you find out, as you're looking around, you look over to where it would be. And you see a small change of ripple in the water, and then it stops. You don't notice anyone coming up for breath or anything coming up for breath. You look and try to look for a shadow. Don't quite see something. You get the sense that you're being observed rather than ambushed.
Okay. But when it pops out of the water, I don't see anything, but I do point and make sure that everyone notices the ripple. And with that, I'm going to basically kind of continue on. Once we get on land, I will let Ryoto know that I don't think we're going to be ambushed, but I think we are being watched. By what? I'm not sure.
That was an investigation check to keep an eye on them and their surroundings.
Okay.
You want me to roll another stealth check?
Well,
Shadowing?
you're just shadowing along the dock. That's fine. For now, you will have to if you want to remain, because you're going to get into the lights, because there are lanterns lit.
Yes, I will.
Throughout
I will
town.
switch to the roofs. I will try to transition to the roofs, and I will roll another stealth check.
All right, that's fine. It will be more difficult. It will be a 30.
Okay.
Just to let you know. So what you do notice as you follow along Ikaku, as they reach their way toward the town, and you look back, there is a small glop of hair that comes from out of the water on the side of the ship, and then recedes back behind the ship.
That was the second stealth check.
Okay. You remain hidden. The area itself, the town, is not very lively. Most of the fishermen and most of the villagers have gone to bed. There are lanterns still lighting the way. The only places that you could go to are maybe trying to sneak into the manor or visiting or these couple of buildings where you see you actually hear some music being played and the lights being on. These buildings look rather large, but they're made in a square fashion, more traditional. It looks more like something more akin to a geisha house. There's another building next to it. I'm not quite sure what that is, but it's also in a square, traditional fashion. It's different from the other huts.
I will be heading back to the keep.
To the keep.
Yeah.
I will continue to follow them.
All right.
I'll come out of the shadows and let myself be known as they begin to approach the keep.
Okay, if you get back into the keep, what you'll need to do is stealth your way past the guards.
I have a better way. How thick is the walls
Okay.
to the keep?
Oh, how big is the wall?
How thick?
7 feet. Oh, thick? Oh, not very thick at all.
Okay. I'm going to avoid the guards, but walk around to the side that is relatively close to our room.
Mm-hmm.
Has Ikaku made his presence known to us just yet?
Yes.
Yeah, when you look over him now, you would notice the scarf that was around his neck before has now turned into a hood and a mask. Like he folds in a very certain way.
I was going to say, Usagi chooses to say nothing about it. He says, I assume you'll be going over the wall. If you can signal me, so long as it's clear, I will find my own way.
Just kind of shakes his head. I'm going to go back into stealth and begin to sneak into the place.
Yeah. Got what a climbing would be.
I can
Athletics.
use it's athletics, but I can use my Kusarigama as a climbing chain.
Mm-hmm.
So make the roll.
That's what I'm doing right now. You want stealth first, or you want to use that
Uh,
last one?
Give me the. I'll let you use the last one. Just give me the climb check.
Okay. And if I'm using my Kusarigama, Chris, does that make my climbing skill ninjutsu or still athletics?
It would still be athletics, but you would get a one keep 0 added to it.
You calling any raises?
No raises.
Chepe, do I feel confident that the wall is less than 5 feet thick, or the walls are less than 5 feet thick?
Yes.
Okay.
Barely, but yes.
That was a 22.
Yep.
So
So you're able to climb over?
as I get to the top of the wall, I'll look around. Does it look like anyone is in this area?
There's a patrol. They've just turned the corner.
As soon as they turn the corner, I kind of like just wave my hand in the air. I'm assuming Ryoto's looking for me.
Yep. TM 30. 10 keep 4. You're gonna see Ryoto start to conjure his spell, and nothing happens, and he seems a little frustrated. Digs around inside his bag and pulls out another scroll, and he tries again.
What is Genzo doing while watching them do this?
Well, I like that title, Chris. I'm kind of curious to see. I'm guessing Chris is going to be melting through the wall instead of like
Yes.
opening a portal or opening a hole. So with that, Genzo is going to see if he can try to climb up a tree and that's next to the wall and use that to jump on top of the wall and climb his way over.
So
As I see you doing this, you would I'd point to my chain.
Oh. Okay. And
Just
then
get-
with that, he'll just kind of scurry on over and use his weapon to climb up.
Ryoto's
Athletic. Go ahead.
Ryoto's body actually kind of mixes with the wind, and you can see that he becomes insubstantial. He's still very clearly there, but there's like a looseness to his form, and he starts sinking through the wall. It's going to take him 5 rounds to get through there, since it's 5 feet of wall. And pretty much as soon as he gets to the other side, he'll solid as soon as he's clear.
It'll take a little less time than that. It's about 4.5 feet. So you actually just make it. So you're just on the other side.
Do I get any bonuses for using Goober's weapon?
1K1. 1K0.
1K0.
All right, so I got to reroll that.
That was the spell Essence of Air.
As they're trying to sneak back in, was there anything that you did other than have a conversation with your sister and brother-in-law? Well, not technically your brother-in-law, since she married into their family of dishonor.
Well, other than what we talked about, pretty much like the discussion, I almost dishonored them, and it was, really. It'll pretty much start ending there, and he'll get up and bow, and simply say, "It was good to see the two of you again." And simply go to his room.
Alright. And what was Chester's roll? Let me see. Do you want to expose yourself from stealth in order to save Chester from falling off the chain?
Ah, damn it.
Um, can I can't spend a void to re-roll that. I could just give it a bonus of
Yeah,
1k.
that's before the
right?
roll, though.
Oh, okay.
Spend void points when it counts.
Yep, you gotta
I'm
spend your void points before the rolls.
a
Yeah.
ninja. Fuck.
Do you want to?
Is he gonna
There's
fall
no
on this
patrols
side
around.
of the wall or the other side? Like
He's-
outside the wall or inside?
He's outside the wall. He's falling down. He's barely trying to get to expose yourself in order to get him, or someone has to do something. You can't see, so it has to be you, Hikaku.
It's
I'm
only
already through.
7 feet, so it's not like I'm gonna make a huge ass noise when I fall.
Is he going to injure
nice.
himself if he falls?
Possibly.
Oh well, fuck it.
How-
He's not. He's gonna fall.
How am I gonna injure myself though if it's
L5R is
7
pretty unforgiving when it comes to fall
Okay.
damage.
Okay.
It's every
That
3
just-
feet you get, what is it? It's like 1 keep 2, and it stacks by like amount that you roll for the roll side. It's like a
That
weird
makes
number.
no sense, but okay.
Oh
So every
god.
5 feet, so it's 2k1 damage.
That's what?
2k1 damage, right? If I'm not-
If 7 feet, it'd be 2k2.
But I'm
Hold
not
on.
technically I'm not the full 7 feet because the wall and the chain, I'm on the chain, and if I slip off the chain, that's not a full 7 feet.
Let me ask
Correct.
this question:
Calculate.
Is there anyone around to see me?
Not that you easily notice. Give him that. You won't be able to roll again.
Fuck it, I'll help him, son of a bitch. If you get me killed.
You'll be fine. You're Ronin anyways. Not that big of a deal.
Oh god, I'm in stealth. If anybody sees this shit.
You come out, stealth, and you see him crawling out of the darkness, a hand coming and picking you up. Back over the. It's quite obvious that he is, because one, he's been stealthing this entire time, but now it's very obvious with the hood over his face. You hear a noise on the other side. Patrol's probably coming back around. Whispers.
Okay, he can take this fall damage. Sorry, I'm gonna hoist him up over the wall, bring him to the other side, and drop him.
I'm going to head towards the patrol.
Do like a control roll and not like try to avoid him just straight up dropping me, or no?
We could go into PvP of opposed athletics. I would, if I was you, I would just take the full damage. In all honesty,
Okay.
you want GM's.
Then I'm going to quickly slide down my chain on this side, unhook it, wrap it back around my waist, and quickly pull my hood and mask down and start walking towards the patrol.
Okay, you have to make an athletics check to see if it's fast enough. Second, do you take Chester? Do you want to oppose or do you want to accept the fall damage?
I guess I'll just take the fall damage.
Okay.
But
I'll just
when I
make it
fall
easy
down,
on 2k1.
Well, are you rolling it or am I rolling it?
I'll roll for you,
Because
fine.
it's kind of weird.
I was
for
going to
me
let you roll it too.
It doesn't matter really. But as I fall down, I'm just going to actually sit down on the ground and put my back up against the wall like I'm resting. And just kind of stay there and wait for the patrol to come by.
Okay, take 9 wounds.
24.
24. All right. So you're able to get it down. What are you doing as you're approaching this patrol?
I'm quickly taking off the mask and trying to fold it back up so it looks like a scarf.
Okay. You're trying to do that. I was actually asking Ryoto specifically. Ryoto, since you were already heading to patrol, your league's ahead of everyone else. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just kind of heading that direction. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna make it look like I'm casually walking through the grounds.
Okay. Several men with Yari are going through. They basically give a bow and a greeting, and they ask politely that people would return to their quarters. It is late at night, and even wandering around on the premise may be dangerous.
Forgive me. I am restless. Our journey was long, and the boat travel was not fair to me. I was hoping to commune with the air kami, but I found myself having a little bit of ill luck tonight. Have your Shugenjas reported anything similar?
Yes, actually, they've reported that the kami have been reluctant to speak. I don't know anything about this. How about you, Sosuke? No, I don't know anything about this.
Usagi kind of smiles to himself and he says, well, at least that lets me know that the boat didn't take more out of me than I expected. Very well. I will not keep you from your job any longer. I shall return to my room. Thank you. And he'll bow to them, hoping that this delay, like simple pleasantry conversation might have been enough to help them get past the wall.
It was. And Gonzo, like, you managed to scrape yourself together and you're fine, and you managed to fold up your scarf and you're just with weapons somehow wandering around with your weapons in tow. And the same men, both with Yari, kind of.
I totally pull out my pipe as I see them coming, put it in my mouth, quickly strike a match and light it. As they walk by and look at me, just outside for a smoke, boys.
They give you a polite nod, and they, of course, relay the same information that they ask. The Lord has commanded that residents need to be, even though they're not allowed to leave the property, he advises that people would go back this late at night into their quarters.
Oh,
Ryoto will speak up and he'll say, forgive me, I asked them to join me. With your Lord's warning, I figured it would be best if we traveled as a group. The guards are stretched thin as it is.
That is wise.
And the stars are so beautiful tonight, I simply couldn't resist. Are they not beautiful, boys? I mean, look at them. The calm air is shining on us brightly. I'm smiling like an asshole.
Of course. They just nod, they just bow politely and just continue on their patrol. Because you gave them a dilemma, because you're the guests, so they can't say anything, but they're technically of higher status than you. And what you basically just said was something that there's no way they couldn't have answered that question and it not be taken insulting, and they don't want to contradict their lord right now, so they just politely ask you to go back to your room. Move along.
Verbal jousting.
I don't just double entendre them. I love L5R.
Yeah, Ryoto seems quite pleased with himself. You've taken a shine to the fact that Ryoto tends to use words like katanas.
Yeah, I have actually.
You guys are able to make it back to your rooms. I'm assuming that's where you're heading.
Yeah. I was hoping to investigate at night to keep our investigation as quiet as possible, even though there was somebody who was apparently looking into it as well.
So, So as you guys make your way back to your rooms, Hagi, you are in the same room as Kaku, and Ryoto, you were assigned the same room as Gunzo, and both of you guys may sleep. Again, these are not necessarily the nicest rooms. They are nice. You are treated as guests, but it is very apparent that because you're basically applicants of lower status, they didn't give you like the good guest rooms. They gave you the ones that maybe like some henan that would come in as a guest, for trade negotiations, for some of the local henan would be forwarded off to.
And this is the middle of the night, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So
he comes in, and you're asleep or just awake in the room, whichever you want to
No,
be.
he comes in and he just hears.
Oh, he does snore.
I believe it would be in our best interest to get some rest. I don't think we found out enough quite yet to piece this together, but it only presents more questions.
Agreed.
I agree. I will see you two in the morning. Allow us to get rest. Though, with what we encountered, you should probably keep one eye open, or at least booby trap the hell out of your room.
That you guys are able to get a blissful 3 hours of sleep. And with
I
the
got
sleep,
some
we will
rest.
you got some wonderful rest. You were completely refreshed.
Yeah,
Genzo needs to heal.
Yeah, I'm a ninja, so little sleep is probably my normal fashion.
And with the rest, we'll take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. Is there anything that you guys have any out of character questions or what's going on?
I would like to meditate to try and gain back some spells.
Spells. All right.
Since we had 4 hours of rest, I assume I'm not going to get all of my spells back, but to see if maybe I can get 1 or 2 of them back.
Is that even a rule in meditation?
No, actually, it would go
Rule in
to.
meditation?
Actually,
Void?
meditation would just give me void points back, so never mind.
What you'd give void points back just by sleeping for even the reduced hours, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but I didn't spend any void points, so it won't do me any good anyways.
That's the bad part about going out at night, is that's the convenient time to get all your stuff back.
So Kaku's just going to sleep.
But if you want to sleep
what time does
late, since you do have the freedom to do so,
Yeah, I
you
was just
can
what
try to
time
get
is
a
the
full weight
normal
out.
wake up for this castle.
The normal wake up is early at sunrise, which would be 3 hours. So if you want to be,
Yeah, I'll take
you
it.
would be
I'll take the
missing.
full.
We'll take the full.
Yeah.
Okay. So you would be missing out on some stuff, and whoever would be waking up early would have the advantage of talking with people as they just get up for the normal morning rituals.
I'd probably sleep in for a couple hours.
Okay. Anyone else getting up early or late? Not. We will take a. If you sleep the full and get rest, Genzo, I would give you your healing rate back, obviously. If not, if you just want to take it for the 3 hours and have the advantage of getting up to be able to talk to people and have more hours of the day, you can do that too.
Well, I'm not necessarily sleeping in, but I would wake up at normal time for him, which is not necessarily like super early in the morning, like as we call it, dark 30. We would get, or he would probably get up around 7, 8 o'clock ish. Not.
It'd still be less than a full night's though.
Yeah, that's.
It would still be less than the 4.
Yeah, I'm not trying to
gotcha.
get my healing back. I'm just clarifying. That's when he's getting up.
All
And
right.
to him, that's normal time to get up, not, at the crack of dawn.
Right.
That's just crazy.
And what time are you getting up, Aga?
I think Haga spending so much time as a ronin, and not really being good at etiquette at all, would naturally sleep a bit late. Especially since there's no strife in this place, there's no sound of metal on metal, there's no screaming or cries of suffering or war or burning buildings. He's just like until he just can't sleep anymore.
Or until one of us
You get
smothers
this-
you with a pillow because you're snoring.
No, there is the occasional maniacal laugh in Kaku's sleep, though.
That wouldn't.
All right, great. And with that, we'll take a quick 5-minute break. You use restroom, get a drink, all that jazz.
Okay.
All that jazz hands. Dun, dun, dun. Man, I don't know if you guys can hear, but they are partying over here. They are partying.
Yeah, we
Fireworks
can't
going
hear
off.
them.
Fucking, I'm hearing like stereos from what 6 apartments over. It sounds like from outside with my headphones on.
I'm gonna use the restroom really quick. Come back.
Uh,
That's funny though. And you're over here being a nerd. I'm here, Chester.
So I found a Ronin order that actually fits what I wanted. The
Yeah.
Order of Kanosei Furidara, or Furidara. There we go. And they apparently make numerani, like the L5R magic items. But
That's cool.
the things that they make and trade with other Shugenjas are rice cakes, which keep the person who eats it well fed for 3 days without requiring any other food or nourishment. And apparently, it makes you happy when you eat them too. And then the other one is a food pouch where you put prayer scrolls, but it keeps them clean and dry despite weather conditions, and can keep the contents dry even when completely submerged, as long as the bag is closed. And
There's Shugenja Accessorizer.
yep, and apparently it will let you pull the scroll that you want quickly. Like it has no mechanical benefit other than it happens faster than you searching through your bag normally. But the order participates in dueling.
So basically, it's a handy merchant class,
It's a
and
what?
you can make them a decent duelist. You can probably make a cool, like a specific
Well,
social character.
well, I wrote up my character, and I do have both Aiijutsu and Spellcraft, which is used for Tariju duels. So my character actually is a duelist. but they're closely related to the Brotherhood of Shinsei. So, as a school, the Order of Kanosei Furidera also usually practice jiu-jitsu in addition to their normal spell casting.
I'm back.
Okay, it's morning, and the only person who gets early enough to be able to talk with anyone or move around the manor would be Genzo. So is there anything specific you want to do? Or you just want to wait for the others to wake up so you can discuss what's going on?
You want a little robot-y there at the end, but I got what you were trying to say. I guess I would just kind of walk around the manor, and mainly I'm just waiting for the rest of the group, but I'm kind of taking in the demeanor of everyone, like how the servants are, like how they're reacting to basically not only our presence but everything else that's going on. Especially with the ghost ship that's out in the harbor. Can we also see the ship from where we are?
No, it's too far down. You can see
Okay.
ships in the distance.
Okay. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing while waiting for the others.
The servants are
you
on
want me
edge.
to? Okay.
I mean, you can just tell generally the servants are a bit more on edge. Notice that every single servant that has been around you, if you notice, they bowed very low very quickly, and they've all been very full. It seems like there's this looming sense of the Lord has specifically wanted people to be in their place at all times as of late. You hear servants chatting about how he again left before sunrise out to the dojo, and he hasn't been seen since.
Is the crane guy still here? Let me see if I can find his name. Doji?
The
Or did
doji?
did he leave? Like,
You don't hear the servants talking about doji, so it's possible that he's not rooming with the manor. There's a tea house in town. It's over on the other side where it's over on the other side of town. You did hear of them speak of a tea house, so you know there is a tea house in town.
okay, I'm actually going to head towards the tea house. Then
You'd have to leave the manor. Do you want to do that in the about 2 hours you have before they wake up?
yeah, I'm gonna leave the manor because he didn't say anything that we couldn't leave the manor. During the day, he just said at night we couldn't leave the manor. Right?
The guards look at you very confused as you leave the manor. But besides that, I see merchants coming in and out. I see people going about their day-to-day lives. They seem pretty happy, pretty consistent, pretty blissful. As you make your way to the tea house, do you have to ask? Who do you ask to tell you where the tea house is, or because there's not a sign?
Okay. So yeah, I would probably ask. Well, I would first spend probably a few minutes trying to find it myself because I've been to quite a few tea houses. I kind of know the way they look, but if I can't find it on my own, then I will definitely ask.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
How good is it? Bad? Worse?
So far, it's fine.
Okay. Let me move it this way. So what I'm assuming you'll ask a henan or just a peasant.
I would probably ask a henan.
So henan will bow deeply. It's a man with kind of a ponytail look. Nothing too fancy. Obviously, he didn't want to make himself greater than that of it's cut short because he doesn't want it to be pompous, to add more glory than it actually has. He'll bow deeply to you. Yes, the tea house is over there next to the geisha house. It's a square building that you'll see. It was put in a little while ago. It's fairly recent. And he'll give you the directions. And the two buildings you saw before, they were both square, a little bit more traditional, rather than the standard motif on the island. Um, First was the geisha house, which is quite obviously because you'll see men coming in and out. The other one next to it is the tea house. It just doesn't have a sign in front of it.
Okay. I'm gonna walk in and kind of look around first and see if Doji is up yet, and if not, then I'm going to. Well, you said it's a tea house and not an inn, so would he be?
I mean, it is.
Okay. All right. Then yeah, I'm gonna first kind of walk in and see if he is up, and if not, then I'm just gonna kind of sit down and wait for a few moments and order tea, and then kind of gradually bring up the conversation of me looking for him to the to whoever brings me tea.
About who?
About Doji, if he's staying here.
Oh. Yes, there is a crane staying with us. So, how am I? He realizes that he's rude. I'm terribly sorry. And name is Hyok. And he gives a kind of name, asking for how he may address you.
He can call me San, right? Like it's fine because I'm not really in a higher position kind of deal.
Ronin or higher.
I know they're higher, but he's not trying to flaunt his position so much.
You can try to set the premise for it by saying call me Gonzo.
Yeah. I will say Gonzo-san is fine.
Very well. Yes, there is a man around who is come. He would not allow me to address his name directly. He merely wished to stay, but he is obviously of the crane. You say Doji, then I would believe you.
That's probably the man I'm looking for. Did he leave any instructions to be woken up at a certain time?
No, he did not.
Okay. Well, I thank you for your time. And with that, I would actually kind of wait for him to wake up. I'm gonna wait for probably about 2.5 hours. If he doesn't get up by then I would make my way back towards the manor or keep or wherever we're staying.
He does come out in about an hour and a half. And it's obvious he orders tea and he sits down. He doesn't acknowledge your existence. He just sits on an opposite table.
Okay. So you said he sits down at an opposite table, or?
Right.
Okay. How many people are in the room at the moment?
Yeah, there are two, not including the servant.
Okay.
It's very obviously that he's avoiding being seen with you.
I'm wondering if I can. I'm going to try it. I'm going to ask the innkeeper. Basically, I'm going to wait for him to kind of come back to refill my tea, and then I'm going to ask him for basically some paper. Or actually, no, I would probably have that on me. I'm going to pull out some paper and actually write down a basically note, kind of telling Doji everything that we've done so far. Basically, you know, kind of what he's hiring me for, being his eyes, how we went to the ghost ship and what we saw. We found papers and all this other crap. And, of course, you know, it's all in one paper, so I kind of summarize, almost like a bullet point kind of deal, and then I'm going to fold it up and wait for a moment. I'm going to just have the paper on the table and just kind of wait to see what he does, and if he doesn't move, then I'm not sure if I should get the henan to hand it to him, or like, am I being served by a henan or a eda?
You're being served by an editor.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for a few moments, and if Doji doesn't do anything, then I'm going to get the eda to hand it to him the next time he serves him anything. But of
Yeah.
course, I'm not kind of emphasizing it or anything like that. I'm not, I'm not trying to be quiet either, like whispering kind of deal. I'm just
Yenna
doing
will
it nonchalantly.
pick it up and will hand it over whenever they get to the rounds to serving Doji again. He will accept the paper. He will simply reach out his hand to take it, and again he'll just look forward, looking at his tea, and acknowledging your presence.
Yeah, as soon as I hand off the paper, I get up and leave. I'm heading back to the keep.
Okay.
So my job is done, or not completely done, but I did that. The worst spy ever.
Apparently not as bad as the other one. So everyone else, by the time you get back, is up as you make your way probably, I'm assuming, back to the rooms. We'll see that they are getting up and about. At this point, what are you guys doing? How about you, Usagi?
Usagi will be going through his morning rituals of going through his scrolls, and he's writing up some new replacement scrolls for the ones that he used the other day. That's kind of his normal morning rituals, which is pretty expected of a Shugenja.
I think Haga's ritual would be, getting up and stretching before anything, like farts, stretch, and reaching all angles, and if Ikaku would be awake while he's doing this ritual, like he would notice he's actually far more flexible than he would appear to be, more dexterous and a lot more graceful than you might think, or that he ever carries himself. Before, when he's nice and limber, he starts doing like horse stance as low as he can get, and standing there and keeping his tetsubo in hand with his arms extended.
Yeah, Ikaku would pretty much completely ignore his ritual, because Ikaku's ritual is vastly different than the other two. Like, Ikaku groggily gets up, brews himself some tea, doesn't say a word until he downs like 2 glasses of tea. Then he lights up his pipe, checks his opium supply, and he's just sitting there smoking opium and drinking tea. Finally, he grumbly says, "I hate the morning." It's the only time of the day you see him without a smile. What are his opium stores looking like, Jeppo?
They're starting to dwindle. You have about a day's worth left.
Bum, bum, bum.
Like any good user, you're going to burn through that supply twice as fast as normal, too.
Yeah.
So just me and Chris have a room together, right? And Ikaku and Hawk. Okay. So going back to the room, how thick are the walls? Do I know of the room? Like, can people hear through them really well, or no?
They're pretty thin walls.
Thin? Okay. I'm going to say it as quietly as I can, and also I'm going to use my fan as well and say, oh shit, what was that guy's name again? Yoritomo is in the dojo and he's left and went into the dojo early this morning and hasn't been seen since. The henan are, or not henan, the Edda are a little bit on edge. I'm wondering if we should not try to find some excuse to look in the dojo to see if something else might be going on.
I'm interested in looking in the dojo because they said he's and then tapping Ikaku sort of in the gut where his chain would normally be. He goes, they say he's better than Ikaku with that thing, far better than you could imagine. Lies, but I gotta see it.
You're in a separate room, so.
Oh, okay. I thought we were all talking. My bad.
Though I don't know if we want to, or I'll wait and say it when we all get into the same room. Like, I don't know if you guys would come to our room and we would go to yours, but if we want to do that, then yeah, I'll wait and say it to everyone.
Yeah, when you say it with everybody present, Ryota kind of looks with a knowing glance to the other two. I think that is in our best interest, then.
That is in our best interest. However, I think we should hit the geisha house as well.
Seems a little early for carnal interests.
With that attitude, you're never going to be as good as to take a man's leg clean off with that thing.
Don't want to hit the geisha house for carnal interest.
He's just mocking the Kasurigama openly now.
I've only got about 12 hours of smoke left.
Ryota kind of like just stands there like stone faced and contemplating. He's got this shit broken down.
The best part is, it was never mentioned that the geisha house was the place where the opium is. But
it's the logical conclusion.
That is a logical conclusion. I'll just say that.
Like after a few moments, Ryota will say, may not be a bad idea.
Should we split up again, or should we stay together as a group? Because we're not sure what else is out there. Don't forget what I saw on the water. Or actually the lack of what I saw on the water, I should say.
You saw some fish out there.
Yes, we saw fish out there. Regardless of what was or was not in the water, we should definitely
Oh, go ahead.
We should definitely hit the dojo to see what this man's skill is like. And we should see any other practitioners of the Kasarigama in town. I need to figure out what could have caused the marks we saw.
What marks did you see?
There's always one in a dojo who takes up the smoke. I'm sure with a little extra or a dip into your own supply, we could loosen someone's lips as well.
This is true.
Wait a minute. What did you see?
We saw a blade mark that had nearly split a mast in half.
Well, he did split the mast in half, didn't it? Like, yes. Am I being confused on that, or I
yes,
thought
it actually split a mast in half. It was just the way he was saying it.
Okay.
What? He's, obviously showing some confusion in what the hell you just said.
We saw a blade mark that was obviously done by a Kasarigama that weighs considerably heavy than that weighs considerably more than any I have ever seen,
Oh, please.
and wielded with considerable more skill.
Anybody could use that thing better than you.
I'm picking up my Kasarigama because it's not on my waist to kind of hold that out. Try?
Haga will reach for his Tetsubo and sort of like, as it scrapes against the floor. I use a man's weapon.
Even if you complete the mission, you might just die just because you've damaged so much expensive property. Like,
Oh, man.
You use a giant stick with spikes in it.
And you use a flimsy chain. And he starts, like, breaking his wrist. Like,
Arguing
you know how,
with
like,
each other.
geisha would when they use their fans? Right? Like, he starts, and you use a flimsy chain. But we need to go to the geisha house so you can learn new techniques.
Arguing with each other is not going to accomplish anything. We need to move on.
No. Arguing with each other will not accomplish anything. Don't worry though. I'll get back at you in a couple of days. You're going to be sick as a dog. I just kind of stand up and begin to get ready.
Yeah, as he says that, I start grumbling. Oh, God, again, I remember last time. Fuck.
So,
Ikaku,
are we going to
you're a
the
dick.
dojo first?
Smoke first.
Okay. Wait. So,
you make your way across town. You guys don't know where the dojo is, by the way. No one has informed you on that. The spice fields are being worked. There are people who are actually going their way out to the forest, and there's fishermen making their way in and out. You don't see many samurai around, actually, at this time of day. You do see and some people entering the geisha house. The geisha house. And the geisha house, again, is the square building next to the tea house, also a square building. You go inside, it's actually rather large, especially larger than what you can make out from the front. It's actually a rather long building. There's several rooms going in and out, and there's music being played. Shamisen. Being played. I will make a wish to Lord down through the sea, the souls they lay. Something along those lines. Some song about
Some morbid sing-song.
Some morbid sing-song. And a few sailors are like, play something better! They're haggling. A few of them are not acting as they should be in a geisha house, and they'll swiftly be thrown out. Geisha, actually very well paid, very well respected, very refined women that act normally. They'll lead you into a room and will entertain you and will listen to your problems. They're more like paid beauty counselors than what people would stereotypically call them prostitutes. That's an out-of-character thing, but these are professional geisha. These are not like it's nothing shady directly.
I think everyone here may know what a geisha, the difference between a geisha and a prostitute is.
Okay, I'm just making sure. All right. So yes, these are professional geisha. It is a full
Memoirs
geisha
of a
house.
Geisha. Go watch it. Great movie. Okay, moving right along.
Anyway, so what do you guys do? You
As
order.
soon as we walk in, you see this weird look on Ikaku's face. I remember being in geisha houses so many times. First time I was 5. They're enjoyable places. It's really all he's saying.
Ryota won't say anything, but you can see that he's contemplating. Was his mother a geisha?
Out of game? Absolutely.
Ryota will go over to the seating area, and he'll take a seat. Once someone finally comes around, he's going to order a tea, and he'll say, "I don't care what kind, but please make it soothing. I've had a headache since getting off of the boat, and I need something to help."
And it's an actual herbal tea for the first time. Like it's proper. It's soothing.
I would do the same. Only when somebody walks over, he would say tea and any other wares you might have, at which point he takes his right hand and turns his palm up, and there's a little white bag in the center of his hand.
Geisha nods understandingly, grabs the bag, and goes to fill it.
She left already?
No, there's another one that's coming to you.
Oh, Haga just turns to the one remaining and goes, "Sake."
That's all you say.
Like 10 a.m.
She looks confused, but she quickly regains composure, and this is apparently not that uncommon of a request, and does accordingly. You will see as she opens the door to leave, because they did set you down in kind of a corporate area, there is a bushi with the Yoritomo family mon on him that's walking in.
But we don't
Can
know
you
who
hear
he
me?
is, right?
You don't know who he is. He just has a Yoritomo. He goes to the school, obviously. And does
Before we leave,
you order anything, Enzo?
No, he's kind of full up on tea from earlier this morning that nobody knows about. So
before
he's
we
just gonna.
we leave, we should speak with the geishas. They can probably point us in the right direction of our next designation or destination.
I agree. We definitely need to figure out where this dojo is.
Okay, so what do you do? And just wait. Maybe talk to the geishas. Geishas are always good for rumors.
I look over at Haga. Perhaps you should ask.
Did Haga get the sake yet?
Yes.
So Haga's just sort of sipping on the sake, making all sorts of noise. Ask what?
Where the dojo is.
So he sort of stands up and he starts scanning the room looking for the Yoritomo mon again.
This is going to be hilarious.
He's being led away to a separate room. You can see him. You'd have to go and disturb the process.
As he stands up and starts doing that, I look over at Usagi. Koku says he gets us into a fight.
We probably will. That doesn't seem like a very good bet for me.
Well, seeing him
Not to say
walk
that I'm
away,
opposed against such a fight.
he goes, looks like we might have to wait a couple minutes for the answer. Drink some more wine. He's sipping it out of whatever dish is there.
You're not going to walk over, throw open the door, and just point blank ask?
I figured.
I wouldn't want to laugh in the man's face.
Huh, that did not go as I thought it would.
He'll be in there for another 20 minutes, and then he'll come out.
I'm on my best behavior.
I was gonna say, did the geisha bring back the white packets? Because that's who I was saying we should ask.
Actually doesn't for another 10 minutes after the Yoritomo is leaving. So if you want to catch the Yoritomo, you would need to do it now before the other geisha comes back.
Guessing, I don't know how much sake was brought.
I believe you've had, since it's been 20 minutes and the drinking that you've been doing, I think you've had 3 cups so far.
That's it's nothing.
I was gonna say, are we talking about actual sake glasses, 3 of those, or 3 of the little shot cup size?
Bowls. We're talking bowls.
What
That means
kind?
you got
Like,
a jug
are you
and a
talking about the
bowl.
smaller ones that they actually drink from, or like the?
Yeah, smaller ones.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Yeah, they're about a shot. So 3 shots in 20 minutes, though, is still pretty.
3 shots in 20.
Still
Oh,
pretty good.
okay. I'm sorry. I have an inhuman tolerance for liquor, so personally, out of
Your
game.
character might as well, so we'll assume that. All right. So there you go.
So I
I
guess
can do
he'll
it. My
get up-
character can do it.
I don't know. Like, I guess he'll get up and start walking to the gentleman with wearing the Yoritomo mon. Meeting him, he sort of like half bows his head. This is a very informal place, as far as he's concerned. Yoritomo-san.
He looks for your mon. Do you have the wave mon?
Do I have the what?
The wave mon. It would symbolize that you're a ronin.
Yeah. He wouldn't be wearing his family mon. Or his clan mon.
He'll kind of acknowledge you. Yes.
Oh. Everybody's freaking Yoritomo here. We've been brought here by Yoritomo-sama, and I have heard he is a man of great combat skill. And he starts to sort of like tense up and flex halfway through his armor.
Yes. If you would like to be a part of the school, you would have to, of course, request him. May I ask why you make this remark?
Oh,
Me for being rude, but it is awfully unusual for someone to ask. Yes, he is a man of considerable skill. He is known throughout the island.
well, only recently arrived. I know not where the dojo is.
Oh. Do you wish to challenge someone in the dojo for a duel? The festival's not for another 4 days.
Oh, I just want to see. Well, now he wouldn't say his uncle, right? I just want to see Yoritomo-sama in practice. I hear he's there now, but again, he like throws his hands up in an almost like hopeless sort of gesture, like he doesn't know. I don't know where the dojo is.
It's over on the other side of the spice field. It's over toward the edge of the forest. It's out of the way. He insists that fresh air is what is required for someone who wishes to practice this particular style. He believes that it's necessary to get to the roots of where the Yoritomo school began, at the edge of the village. He is not there right now. In fact, he just dismissed us for the day before dawn. Requires us all to be there at dawn.
He just starts rubbing his head like, like "oh shit" type of expression. Just, well, thank you for letting me know where the dojo is.
No problem. And you could tell that he's genuinely just trying to be nice at this point. Like before, it was just like, who the F are you? Like just a person just walking up, but at this point he realizes that you have some association with him, and so he is genuinely trying to help you out. He's probably already headed back to his manor. He explains that. He gives a bow and leaves.
I just head back to the table that we're sitting in, sit back down, and start sipping on whatever sake is remaining in the bowl there before saying anything.
The geisha with the white bag impromptu, like very expertly, just lays it out on the table next to you as she serves you more tea.
Okay. Very artfully take it off the table before anybody notices.
Maybe you should have taken that bet.
Perhaps.
Looking at-
I have a feeling that that all of his koku is now claimed for.
Probably.
So after finishing on what would you say, like the fourth bowl of sake or whatever, or the third bowl of sake it was?
Fourth at this point, but
Okay, fourth bowl of sake. Haga just starts looking at his compatriots. Looks like we missed Yoritomo-sama. But I know where the dojo is now. And, he'll explain what, the directions that he was given.
That seems like a good enough place to start, regardless of if he's there or not.
Yes, it does.
At least assess the quality of their skill by speaking with someone of their school.
And perhaps even get insight into the skill that would have been needed to cause what we see.
As he says that, Haga just like...
And perhaps I can insult him slightly further.
the geisha who is bringing in the white bag also takes up and serves your tea and asks for the payment.
Hot there.
Is there anything else I can do for you? She kind of gives a half bow and her eyes are open.
I smile and bow back. No, we will be fine. Thank you very much. And this is the most polite you've ever seen, Kaku.
And she then says, I have heard many interesting things about you, all of you.
We are brave and strong warriors. Except him, and he kind of points to Haga. He is merely a strong warrior.
Yes, brave men act in spite of fear. And he pawns on his armor. Haga has no fear.
I can attest to this. He's nearly insane.
Is there anything else I can do for you? And she goes over to Ryoto. And again, she bows with her eyes open.
A scholarly question, if you would indulge me. What frogs are native to this area that would swim in the bay?
Oh, there are no frogs around here. But since the crane have moved in, there have been several immigrants, new populations of a type of frog that have come in.
Perhaps that's what we found the other night. It's the time of season for them and all.
It is. It is quite the time of season. These ones are different, the new ones.
A darker color?
Darker color, yes. And they stay in the water a lot longer. The brethren are normally on the land. It's as if they've trained their entire lives to do so.
Thank you. And
I will
Ryoto will
expect a
settle up his
tip
bill
as you-
and leave a tip.
is there anything else I can do for you? And she goes to Genzo, with her eyes open.
Ginzo just kind of blushes, and as he blushes, he just grabs his fan and starts waving it in front of his face. He's like, "No, I'm," and he stops for a second. And he takes a breath, and he's like, I'm good." And he's still like, his fan starts going even faster. He's not used to
Are you sure?
women.
And at this point, she's kind of ushering you, and she bends a little bit closer.
Yeah, he just kind of turns, and he's still waving that fan as fast as he can go, and he's not even looking at her at this point.
I need you to make a will roll.
Okay. Da-da. I have to bring up all my stuff.
Ikaku's on the border of laughing as hard as Nelson's doing right now.
As a matter of fact, Nelson's not laughing. That's Haga. And he's fanning himself with the empty bowl of sake. And while he's doing so, he's leaning over and like, you know, nudging you on your side, Ikaku.
This is what we refer to in the waiter and waitress business as milking for more tips.
Are you effing serious? Like, really? That is a shitty roll. Alright, there goes all my money.
She'll take an extra koku from you. And she is willing to give you any more information or any kind of thing you ask. What is it that you're desiring?
At the moment, Genzo is actually desiring for her to go away. That's what he's doing. But if anybody else wants to ask, because you could tell that he is just red in the face. He is really trying to compose himself at this point.
How?
But it's just not working.
No, I have to do this now. How many times is Ginzo been around a lot of geisha houses?
No.
Okay, I'm going to lean into Genzo's ear and whisper something that, like, I'm going to whisper that he should ask for something that sounds very, very mundane, but is actually a sexual act. I'm basically going to lean in and whisper, "You should ask for a white lotus blossom petal."
Haga is starting to like pound on the table with laughter.
At this point, you're causing a lot of ruckus, and so she hears what you're saying.
No, I say it very quietly to where no one else but him will hear it.
Well, you're whispering on his ear across the table, so she may not hear you. She kind of gets like. There's no way she couldn't read this situation. That doesn't even require a courtier roll.
No, it doesn't.
She's a trained geisha.
She grabs
knows. Go ahead.
She grabs the koku, and she sees all the laughter that's going on, and she just considers it a job well done, takes her money, and starts walking away. And that's the geisha house.
I'm guessing Genzo is the other member of the killers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, like, Haga will then like lean over and like nudge some of his weight on Genzo and just like throw an arm around him and start slapping him in the chest just a little bit too hard, like, you know, and while he's laughing. Good man. And then start getting up. I'm getting ready to leave the geisha house.
You do. You see men going in and out, different rooms. The other geisha don't seem quite as forward, or as she seemed very unique among them. Like, she has special services that only she provides. And you're able to leave the geisha house. Where were you guys heading? The dojo?
Yeah, as we leave, I kind of look over to Ryoto-san, to the dojo now? And what was with the question about the frogs?
our swimming friend.
Ah, interesting.
Haga just starts scratching his head again because he knows nothing about the inside, you know, the innuendo going on.
Once on the road, Ryota will fill you in on the swimmer that we discovered that was around when we were investigating the ship.
He's like, oh. If you wanted to do that in character, you would. It would take a little bit to get to the dojo. Unless you just want to fast forward, so that's what we'll do then. Can you hear me?
Fast forward.
I can
Fast
hear
forward. Go into the dojo. In the dojo, there are about 2 students that are still practicing. What it looks like, there are also 2 men, looks like Edda, that are actually carrying out broken logs. It looks like very thick trees that have been sawed off, and one has been broken in half, sliced through. The 2 men are training or practicing with different weapons.
You said one looked like it had been sliced through?
What'd you say?
I said you said one looked like it had been sliced completely through?
Yes. They're carrying 2 halves of a log, because this was a log that obviously required 2 men to carry, and because it's thick enough, it's as thick as a man, and it's been sliced through.
I look at the other 2 that were on the boat with me. Anyone who could do that with a Kusarigama would be someone to look at.
But the issue is, it looks almost too clean of a cut.
You are a practitioner of the weapon. Perhaps your expressed interest would loosen their lips as to who has done this.
True. I am going to walk forward. Is this dojo is known for being full of Kusarigama users?
No, it actually has all manner of weapons that they would use. That's just the latest
Yoritomo
weapon of
themselves.
interest.
I was going to say the Yoritomo themselves are known for using it out of the samurai, anyways.
Yeah, they're the ones who would use it, but Yoritomo do use a variety of weapons. So, yes, and no.
Kind of walk forward and the 2 men carrying the 2 halves of a log. What weapon did that? That cut has tremendous skill.
The other 2, one looks surprised, and the other one, not sure if they should answer.
Yeah, you were breaking up for me.
Oh,
I'm about
they look
surprised. I'm not
surprised,
sure if they should answer.
and they gave this look at one another like they shouldn't answer. It will be shown in the festival soon enough. The Lord has developed a new technique, and he began teaching it to some of those who were higher up in rank.
Yes, I've heard that someone has invented a new Kusarigama technique. I'm a practitioner of the Kusarigama myself. I would love to see it.
You will have to wait until the festival. The results you see before you.
That was done with a Kusarigama.
Don't let anyone know. And then you can see like this look of glee on the Kusarigama wielder's face. It's like, I get to learn this. My master's cool.
That is very interesting. How heavy is the blade? Is it a special blade, I should say?
Yes.
It
I
is.
can't say any more. Sorry, I must be going.
By all means, continue about your duties.
The man wielding the kusarigama leaves, and the other one is he puts down a bow staff, which looks like he was practicing with for some reason, and he looks at you. And he'll give like a polite bow, and he's like, "I'm terribly sorry about that. It's just there is a matter. The festival's important to our particular dojo. It's the time of year in which members are brought in from the rest of the clan in order
That
to
makes
join
sense.
in to learn into our school."
That certainly makes sense.
Yes. So you must understand that discretion is necessary, so that it may be a proper display worthy of our Lord's efforts. The dojo has suffered a lot. The original founder even died tragically a generation or two ago.
Interesting.
You see that there's actually a mantle, the name. In the name written on it is Dabin, Yoritomo Dabin. So it's like a fake grave marker for the body, and it's right next to the dojo.
Would I know if these guys would know if where the bodies were taken, or basically the bodies from the ship? But actually, while I was down there and looking at the ship, you did say that it was not the most recent ship that was attacked, correct?
Correct. That would be
Okay,
obvious to you.
so the bodies would probably already been prepared for funeral
Mhm.
and all that. So okay, never mind.
What happened to Josh?
He said his connection was messing up, so he had to reset. But do we know?
Did you guys clearly hear him? Like he did say that there's a clear grave marker with the name of the founder.
I heard
next.
you say that. I don't know if he communicated that to us.
No, you can overhear his conversation because he's talking with them. Like they're talking loudly now.
Okay.
So you did hear it.
Ryota will kind of feel his hand towards the note that's in his obi, and he'll say, "I was not aware that the master of the dojo had passed. I had heard great things about Yoritomo-sama. Or sorry,
Yes.
because there's tons of Yoritomos. He would say Davin-sama.
Robin, yes. It was untimely. It was during a storm. He was our Lord's brother.
I
Elder.
heard you make mention of the technique that's been developed. Out of curiosity, is that Lord Yoritomo who has developed it? I heard he has a exceptional student as well. I believe his name was Jason.
Jason? Yes, he does. He's trying to teach it to Jason right now. He's just shown us for the first time today this new technique. As I said, we can't explain it or can't expound any more on it. I'm just
No, that is perfectly understandable. It's your school's techniques. It's just very exciting to be around when a new technique would be revealed.
I suppose very important. We can't let anything ruin the reputation of the dojo.
Just sort of like out of left field, Haga's like looking at the tree trunks that they're carrying out. Now, are these tree trunks or like bamboo?
Tree trunks, like
So,
thick as a man.
all right. So he's just looking at that, and He's just throughout the entire conversation, he's kind of like dumbfounded, staring at the damage. And at this point, he just kind of lets out, "There's no way that was done with a Kazurigama. That's much bigger than a man's leg."
If, Ryoto says, kind of like offhandedly as a comment, he says, if you doubt it, you can always challenge the school.
He starts rubbing his head. I don't doubt my sister, but that's bigger than a man's leg.
I mean, if you doubt the skill of the wielder, you can always issue challenge. There is no honor lost in participating in a challenge with the school.
There will be ample room in a few days for anyone to challenge him, the Lord, to a duel. That is the climax of the festival. As normally, a Kusurigama duel is what is normally taking place. In fact, a man last year has lost his leg, and he's no longer able to be a practitioner with us. His family has hence sent him as an arranged marriage. I believe he got sent off to the lion. So if you wish, you may. I would advise not, in all honesty. The master is far greater than any normal human I have ever seen. Him and his brother would often, apparently, even at a young age, would practice with some of the gaijin that came in through these ports, even as children, discovering and developing new techniques. He's always been insistent on it. He has 2 hours every morning to his own study in the dojo, completely closed. It is our job merely to guard the outside to protect the secrets that he develops.
Where are these sort of cut logs?
Right now they're being just dumped out into the field.
So as far as the ones, like, how big is the one that they're carrying? Are they still carrying? They're not still carrying.
They're not still carrying. The other two men, the Edda, are kind of just going back to their job.
So, it's maybe a bad thing, but Haga's gonna do it anyway. He's gonna walk up and sort of like put his hand on the log and look at the Edda and go, "May I?"
Yeah.
Take it, lay it down, and he's gonna try to shatter the log with the Tetsubo.
I'm going to try to shatter the log with the Tetsubo. Alright, make an attack roll. So you're just trying to shatter it into pieces, or you're trying to, like, break a dent into it? What are you trying to do?
He's just trying to shatter it into pieces. Like, if a Kusurigama can cut it in half,
Okay.
he's gonna try to shatter it.
Okay.
Hold on. What's the attack roll? All right. Now I just put roll keep with emphasis if I have emphasis, right?
Do attack with emphasis.
Oh wait, okay. Hold on, let me cancel that. Where is that? Attack. Okay.
Well, do you want damage, Chippe, or no? Or do you just want the attack roll?
Roll for damage too, but I'm mainly judging by the attack roll. I'm basically settling it like a matter of raises, depending on the amount of destruction you're going for.
No, I'm just trying to shatter it.
Yeah, so I got a number in my head, so we'll see if you get it.
So the attack roll is 30 and the damage is 36.
Okay. So what you end up doing is you put your Tetsubo into it. You're able to dent. I mean, it's a Tetsubo. You're able to, plow in some shards through it, but you're not able to break all the way through. You kind of have a small dent inside of where your Tetsubo is. So you've put a Tetsubo-shaped dent into the log. It's a normal log, so it's thick. You can feel the force behind it. You can almost break your wrist trying to plow into it.
So he just sort of throws a Tetsubo over his shoulder, and he just kicks the log away from him. Just starts mumbling to himself.
I'm going to be looking. I'm assuming some of these practitioners that are walking in and out are carrying their Kusarigama.
There was only 2 that you found, right? They've been dismissed for the day, as mentioned before.
Okay.
The last practitioner was actually practicing with bow staff,
Yeah.
and he's the one you're talking to.
I'm going to look at their Gisarigama and see if they're any different than mine. See what they're like, how they're designed. Try to gauge
The man
what
you
they're
saw
like.
before who was wielding it, who's walking away, who's like far behind you at this point, his was pretty much the same as yours.
Okay.
Seemed pretty normal. I mean, higher grade maybe, but
And I'm also going to try to using my knowledge of Gisarigama, try to figure out how much force would need to be applied to cut through a log like this.
okay.
Would it help him that he just seen me like hammer the crap out of this log and not be able to break it?
Break it in half. Yeah. Difficult.
24.
All right, so you like just looking at that. So you will have to deduce 3 things. One, it can't be too heavy, otherwise reach you need.
Yeah.
So it is heavier, but not incredibly heavy. 2, the material must be incredible to be able to withstand something this traumatic.
Yeah.
3, this is not normal human strength. This would require something like an Oni could be able to do that kind of strength, or a something else. But for a person to do this, they would have to have something special about them. This is almost the equivalent to something a monk would do, right?
Okay.
Like the ability to tap into the void. So if a normal human has the skill level to be able to do this, it's going to take a better material, a heavier Sunagari, and require them to basically have a monk level of control over their ability to use the energies in them.
Okay.
But a normal human can't do this.
I believe we have a suspect or 2 by now.
Certainly at least one.
Anything that you were able to gather that I should know?
I would tell him my inclinations.
Okay. Uh, Ryoto will nod after hearing everything, and he says, in the Crablands, there is a tradition amongst the Kuni Shugenja to jade strike anyone that they meet. It allows you to learn if someone is tainted.
Yes, I've heard of this tradition.
I cannot do it as often as the Kuni, but if we have a couple of suspects, I can at least weed out if they're tainted.
I have heard of this tradition. In fact, I have been jade struck before.
And you're still here?
Yes, Haga. It doesn't do anything if you're not tainted. Aren't you a former crab bushi?
He goes, that's what surprised me. You're still here. He kicks at the log again. Cool.
Why do you think that I'm tainted? You're a strange man. If it would help you at all, Ryota-san, I can try to accomplish this myself to see how far I get. Allow you to study my technique.
I'm afraid it won't do much good. I never really took to the blade other than Aiajutsu. In fact, outside of a duel, I'm quite useless with the katana.
I'm okay with katana. I'm far better with other implements.
I can see that. I believe that We have at least 2 people that we can suspect. Unfortunately, one of which is someone we really can't launch accusations against.
Not without repercussion, should we be wrong.
If you'll excuse me, the student interrupting.
No, we weren't talking about this in front of him. We let him go.
Oh, okay.
long ago.
Yeah, I figured this would be after he was gone.
He made his way.
Looking at Haga, Jason is your brother-in-law, correct?
He's my sister's husband. Good man. Strong.
That was a really
Good enough to
Really?
find it excusable if I was to jade strike him?
To be a crab, that's not a big deal. He
Well-
kind of like gives you that look, like
Yeah, makes total sense.
he's like, isn't that how you used to say hello?
well. To be honest, Hog is a crab. Hog's sister is a crab. Every time he goes to visit the family, this should have happened. So he shouldn't be too opposed to it. How often does your sister visit Crablands?
I'd like hearing Ikaku's voice again. He turns around and looks at Ikaku confused, and just under his breath, how did he survive?
Very well. I believe we should start with him. He seems the most likely person to give in to some sort of greater power to further his own skill as the most promising student.
Oh please, he's the master's nephew. As soon as the master moves on, he's gonna take his place anyway.
Agreed, but isn't it the student's job to supersede and exceed the master? If he was not doing well in this, he may have resorted to other means, is all I am saying.
I agree. In things like this, no one can be beyond suspicion, other than those who simply do not have the skill.
Haga sort of like taps you, not directly on the shoulder, but right behind you, almost like on the back. Smiling, but with that sinister sort of grin that keeps crossing his face. And he taps you a little bit too hard. You know, not worried about holding back any strength. He's like, all right, well, that's one.
I wasn't here, Haga. I think I am above suspicion. I was with you, in fact.
Well, regardless, I feel the need to jade strike somebody.
Yes, I think we should go. I think we should go and jade strike Haga's brother-in-law.
Did
Is there
any of you have jade?
I will after I'm done casting.
Yes, sorry. Chester.
I was just gonna ask, like, is it completely obvious if you jade strike someone? Like, is there like a big flash of light comes down and hits someone?
Basically, you stomp the ground and shards of jade eject from the ground at your target. It's like there's no hiding it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's super obvious.
Like you do something big, like another caster may like shoot jade bits from his fingers, that kind of nonsense.
All right. Haka will need to make the arrangements with his sister. How do you do that?
I kind of slop. How tall is Haga?
He wouldn't. He'd be, I guess, maybe 5'9", 5'10".
Kind of slap Haga on the back as strongly as he does everyone else ever.
It's just I'm assuming Haga's very well built and defined is what makes him, he's big in that way.
And I say, perhaps you should invite your sister and your brother-in-law on a picnic, because I do not trust Haga to come up with a plan on his own.
Picnic?
I was just going to come in and jade strike him.
Picnic.
Yes, a picnic.
He sort of like looks at you straight in your eyes and is like wondering what's going on. He goes,
Okay, picnics are when more than one person go
he
out
starts
into the
sniffing
wild.
in your general direction. You didn't light up when we weren't watching, did he?
He just pulls out his pipe. Dear God, I need to smoke.
You mean common?
No, it's just these. It's just these three right now, around right now. He says smoke. He doesn't say common.
So, yeah, I'm just going to walk over there.
Just gonna walk,
Yep.
go to the manor and give servants.
Explain myself. I'm not going to burst in and jade strike him.
Okay.
That would be way more fun.
It would be, but it would also be a grave insult if I do so.
And you would be dead. Like, that would be honor laws, you seppuku, no choice. Like, you already insulted him. Like, you can't talk to
I haven't
him.
insulted
period.
Jason yet. I haven't even talked to
No,
him.
not you soon. Not you soon.
When I make it there, I'll explain to Jason. We are conducting an investigation. What's that?
So you're just gonna knock in on his room? You have to ask servants where he is.
Yeah, I'll get servants to guide me to the right place.
They will very quickly get you to his room, knock, quickly introduce, and then leave. As in, it's on you now.
Okay.
Yes.
Jason-sama, forgive me. What I am about to ask you may seem an insult, but I do not mean it as that. Please bear with me in the understanding that I am doing this at your uncle's request. There have been some strange occurrences that have happened at the docks over the last couple months. I'm sure that you are fully aware of these, correct?
I was among those who had to investigate immediately after.
We've come to the conclusion that the attacks must have been done by the Kasarigama, a person who have immense skill and strength behind it. Our concern is the strength would be inhuman, or at least a human that's been augmented. I unfortunately do not carry any jade with me, but if you would permit me, I would like to test you for any sort of taint.
I have already been tested since the last time I entered Crablands.
I wish to test you in a similar manner. I understand that you were last in the Crablands some time ago. Fortunately, taint spreads quite easily, and you may have picked it up without knowing it. If so, I would gladly get you in contact with some of the Kuni, perhaps a relative of your own, to begin giving you Jade Pearl tea. In all honesty, I do not suspect you to be the person who it would be it. But you are on our list of suspects.
We merely wish to give you a crab handshake.
So, courtier manipulation.
Okay.
Okay. Calling any races?
Let me just see here. Yeah, I'll call 2 raises. One to avoid the insult, and 2 to kind of smooth things over with the promise of, if you are, we're going to find a solution. It's that we don't think it's necessarily you type of thing.
I've got the target number based on your strategy, so.
Okay.
See how you do.
I'm just gonna put manipulation in here. I have 6K5. Not typing.
Okay, just barely, but you did it. So, with the raises, so it was a low target number because you chose the right strategy given Jasun's personality. So. He reluctantly agrees, thinking that he makes the comment that he would do anything to validate any trust that his wife has put in him. He's very enamored. And he's
and I
very
will throw a
dedicated
Jade
to his
Strike.
school. You perform the Jade Strike?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to cast a spell, correct, to summon?
I do, but I have like 10K4. Do you want me to even roll it?
No. So you perform the Jade Strike. The Jade is, I'm guessing you just place like a piece of Jade on his hand or something?
Well, the Jade Strike would actually hit him, and if he's tainted, it will do damage. If not, it bounces off him harmlessly. But there's a bunch of Jade in the room now. That we can pick up.
I'm assuming you'll do it like outside or in a servant's room or something?
I would rather do it in the room. That way he has his privacy and shoo away the servants and stuff like that.
Okay. Perform, nothing happens, and Jade appears everywhere, and now you gotta clean up Jade.
Okay. I'll pick up the pieces and bow politely to him. Jasun-sama, I thank you for bearing with me. As I said, I did not suspect you to be our person, but we have to eliminate those that have strong skill in the Kasarigama. Since you have shown your trust in us, I believe it is time that we show some trust in you as well. He turns to Ikaku. Ikaku, you are our closest thing to a master of the Kasarigama. Could you please explain to Jasun what you were able to discover during your investigations? I'll be cleaning up this jade. We may need it later.
I would step forward and begin to explain what I discovered at the ship and discovered elsewhere, and describe how you wouldn't be able to do that with just normal levels of human strength and without a weapon of exceptional make and of exceptional materials that it was made from. You would actually need like all three in unison.
Please shut the door.
Door's
the door
already
would be
shut.
shut. Yeah.
Jeez, man, get with the program.
The words that I'm about to speak will not leave this room.
With that, Ryota puts his hand up, digs inside his Ofudo pouch, and he pulls out a prayer scroll. He rolls it out across the floor. Again, it's this huge 8-foot long one that you guys saw before. And he does a quick measurement of the room, making sure that it's a 30-foot radius that he can cover. With a few words, he begins his prayer. This one is a higher target number, so I actually should roll this one. This is a 15. I gotta make it. Yay. So the air bubble will surround us again. Once it's all done, he'll look and he'll say, "No words shall leave this bubble."
The technique you describe is as you say. But I do not think you quite understand. The surigama that he uses is laced with diamond. The entirety of it. Yes. We found a smith who was capable of doing such a thing. Oh, did you hear me? Could you not hear me?
Yeah, I didn't, but somebody did. I guess
Laced with diamond.
Okay.
It is not fully made of it. It is weaved into the metal.
Okay, sorry, Gamma, that has diamond weaved into the metal.
Yes. It is a technique he hopes to use against certain types of enemies. He has developed a kata, um, well, and this is the part that will not leave this room. This technique wasn't my master's doing. Him and his brother discovered many techniques, ones that he himself never mastered. I remember him mentioning this before. I remember him mentioning it before. His brother was the one who thought of this particular way of throwing. It is a series of spins and breath techniques that allows a person to deplete their void and do it into a single swing. Doing so has allowed him to far exceed the normal limitations, but most Kasurigama will break. The one he uses won't, obviously because of the material. But after he does it, it will deplete you. He loses... There are times where he almost loses consciousness. He's not mastered it to a point where he could use it excessively. No, none of us can. He has tried to teach me, and I have been unable to do it. So you understand, this is not something that a person could just continually do, even my master. It is a strike that is final. It is one that is used in such cases when we are under attack, or if you wish to topple a structure around you so that your enemy may fall. It is not something that a person will just swing around or just commit to. It's useless in prolonged combat.
You said it depletes the user's void. That means that
Yes.
any one person would only have 2 chances if they expected to die. One
Correct.
to deplete their void and one to finally kill them.
Correct.
Hmm.
As I said, this is not something for the light-hearted, and this is not something that anyone can just do. My master is incredibly gifted. He was born with a connection to the void to begin with, so he has a much better use of it. But as I said, even he wears down. He was not the one to invent the technique. It was his brother, who is now deceased.
Yoritomo Davin?
Correct. There's a man who recently died who was named after him as well. His name hasn't quite left the family. He was engaged in several relationships, potentially with people that would be questionable. And rather than make him a ronin, my brother challenged him to a duel so that he may kill him himself. My brother, or my uncle, my master, my lord, won the duel and spared his brother of a horrible fate.
And you're sure.
Every...
And you are 100% sure this man who invented this technique is dead.
Yes. His body was properly burned. But again, there was always rumors that he never wanted to die. In fact, that he was perfectly willing to be dishonored. There's something that motivated him that much. So you see, that was my master, as you seem to suspect. He would not be able to just continually destroy an entire ship.
No, but one good strike against a mast is all you really need against a ship.
That is true.
The rest of the crew could be dealt with, especially considering most were Henan or Edda, it seems. Forgive me, my spell is faltering. In a few moments it will fall, and anything we speak can be heard again.
Very well.
Before his spell goes, you said you were in one of the investigators and investigated the ship. Why would the Buck? What's the name of it? I forgot the name. The green spice. You said it before.
The seaweed stuff.
Yes.
Was that umami? That wasn't umami, right?
I forget what it's called.
It was nori.
Nori. That's it. Why would
Nori
the
has not been growing around us. It's been replenished in the waters as of late. We're still wondering about that ourselves.
So that's
It
why
occurred actually around the time that people started dying on the ships.
That their nori stocks were deplenished?
Yes. Seaweed is not grown around this island for the past 2 months. Of all 4 ships that have been hit. Go ahead.
Is it because of the frogs? Basically, he
Frogs.
missed the joke, or missed the what was it? Basically the inside joke that Chris was talking about earlier with the geisha. Like he's
Yeah,
actually being serious, and he looks at Ryoto and says,
Ryoto kind of shakes his head, and he concentrates a little bit further, and he says, ninja. And as he says that, because it's the only word he can manage to say, the spell breaks.
bum bum bum.
And then he kind of blinks a few times, his eyes have lost the glow, and he puts his finger up to his mouth.
As I said, continue to do what you can. Your suspicions have not been well founded.
We thank you for your time. As a personal gift, I would like you to keep one of these pieces of jade in case it becomes necessary for protection of your family.
I'm afraid we can protect ourselves. It's fine, it is unnecessary.
And consider it a gift from the Earth Common. Crab are especially keen to the Earth.
I
Perhaps
do
your
not need
wife
to be
would be willing.
associated with my wife's clan.
Well, when he said that they could protect themselves, that grin that tends to cross Haga's face starts crossing Haga's face, and Haga will just like put his hand on top of Ryoto's hand,
Mm-hmm.
where he has like the jade he's offering, and just shake his head no.
It is the least I can do to thank you for your time and the conversation that we have had.
You didn't offer it the third time?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you did offer it the third time? Oh, then he accepts. He just denied twice.
Mm-hmm.
He was continuing formality.
With that, Ryoto will start to walk out, and he'll hand a finger to each one of them.
When I get mine, I just try to like tap it on the back of Ikaku's neck, just like twice.
Just like touching him with it.
Yeah. And sort of just looking at the jade, he's like, "Are you sure they work?" And then he'll just pocket it.
Like really somber, even for Ryoto. He says, "Yeah, they do."
when he hands Kaku his, he holds it in his hand, and he like holds it up, and even licks it. See, not tainted.
That was uncalled for.
Ryoto is holding to his finger, and he seems to linger on it a little bit longer, just watching it.
I watch as well.
Once he realizes that others are observing his odd behavior, Ryoto will slip it inside his pocket.
You know what Ikaku's gonna do with his, right? And he just starts shaking his head.
Probably jam it in someone's eye.
At that point, Ikaku just smiles.
Ginzo is a little bit confused at the moment. Like, he's not sure why he has this piece of jade. Like, he's heard of the taint, but he's just like, okay. And you guys like talking back and forth about, why isn't Ikaku corrupted? He's just like really confused, and he's just like, okay, where should we go next?
By the way, Chris,
Yep.
you feel pain, intense pain, in your inside, probably towards your kidney, where you place your pocket.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't have enough that jade should affect me yet.
Oh, okay. So you get sick.
Which is why my character knows that he is, but which
Yeah,
is why
right.
he's looking at the jade. He's trying to see if he's progressed.
So
There's not enough proof. If I challenge the Lord of this house, I do so alone.
we should find more proof before we allow you to do something that you shouldn't be done quite yet.
I suppose the only bit of good news is if I do jade strike him, he may challenge me to a duel.
This is true.
Well, it is the only thing you said you were any good at.
So, where are you guys heading? Are you staying in the manor? Are you heading back into town? Are you taking a nap? Going back to the geisha house? Going back to the dojo? On around in the jungle? Swimming under the sea?
I believe I'm going to request an audience with the Lord of the house.
He's busy.
I look at
Your Lord, hold on. Your Lord promised to help aid my investigation. You will go get him for me. I'm going to manipulate.
You may try.
Let's see here. Courtier, manipulate. Oops, not attack. Okay. 32.
He quickly says, I'm sorry, but he has given us explicit instructions to inform you that he will be busy for the next 2 days.
I heard his instructions. He also swore to me that he would aid my investigation.
Yes, and we are here to help you in any way we can.
This matter does not concern you. It concerns the Lord and some troubling news of his land. If I am unable to communicate with him, I can only assume his guilt in this matter.
I'm afraid I can only relay messages.
Then perhaps you should relay that message to him.
Very well.
I'm going to kind of step behind.
His obstinance in this matter will be seen as guilt.
I'm going to kind of step behind Ryota as he's doing this and look down at the servant. My pipe clamped in my teeth.
The servant will go off, and the servant doesn't come back.
Okay. I suppose the best method is to surprise him with a jade strike at this point.
Or I kind of look at my the jade you gave me. Can you shape these into anything else?
No, but a fine smith would be able to modify them.
But do we really have time for that?
You have a day.
It could
Just
take
really-
some time. Jade is easier to shape than metal is, but it does require a skilled smith. And you wouldn't get much more than arrowheads from these.
All I need is something akin to the things we found on the ship.
As I said, you could have arrowheads made. He'll hand you the bag of miscellaneous sized jade that he's got.
We should go see a smith, and perhaps visit another one of these ships that were attacked. Investigate them before we decide
Yeah, like-
to speak with the Lord of the Manor.
There you go.
I believe his brother is not dead.
Nor do I.
There's not enough proof otherwise.
Agreed. So, Genzo, lead our companions towards the docks and find the most recent ship that has been attacked. I will catch up once I go and find a smith that will do my bidding.
I think Haga sort of like looks quickly from left to right, trying to decide which of the groups to go with, and he's like muttering under his voice slightly. Can we trust a cock with that much jade? But I haven't seen the ship yet. He's giving a cock with jade.
He hasn't burst into flames yet. I'm sure we can trust him.
Yeah, and turning to Ryoto. Yeah, but how do we know that he's not gonna look for a smith in the the brothel, or what was that, the geisha house?
The geisha house.
Yeah.
But it's something I will just have to trust him with. If not, I can always make more jade if need be. That is, if the Earth Kami do not get angered by his misuse of the jade, anyways.
He's like staring straight at Ryoto. If they get angry at him, right?
They would be angry with me as well.
But
That's
I'm
correct.
good.
What's
Yes, you
trouble
are.
with-
Avoiding the coming. Good.
Yeah, so
I was just gonna
let's
say,
go investigate these ships.
That is a good choice, Haga friend. You should not come with me. You do not wish to know what I need to do.
Okay, so sounds like Ikaku is going to make arrowheads or something similar to that, and the rest of us are going to go investigation.
So you're just trying to find the ship.
The most recent ship to be attacked.
Okay, how are you going about that? You're just trying to use his sailing knowledge again? Or are you asking around?
Chester's in the lead. Go.
Thanks for pushing me out in front. Yeah, I think I would ask around first. Well, actually, no. Let's go to the docks first, and then if I cannot spot it at first, then I'll ask maybe a couple of the fishermen that are at the docks.
Okay. How you want to ask about the ship?
No, I'm
Um,
going to do the sailing skill again. If I can't find anything
basically on my own, then I will ask.
I don't need to have you roll. You notice that a recent ship of that description isn't found. So they put that ship somewhere. It's not in dock.
Okay. So
You're gonna ask sailors.
yeah, I'm gonna ask someone on the docks. Most likely either like the fishermen or the sailors. But I think I would probably have better luck with the fishermen. So because they're kind of there uh, more often. So
The fishermen said that there was a boat that came back in that they're unsure about. It was a boat of the Lord particularly had arranged to come in. Something to do with the crane. It was at sea just a few weeks ago. Within 2 weeks, actually. A few days before he arrived. They don't fish in that spot because of that reason.
is so they're not sure if the boat is still there. Like
They don't know if the boat's still there. They avoid it. But the boat was sent out and set on fire.
oh
They
okay.
left from smaller boats.
Mm, yeah,
The other one made it back to the dock by itself, and they just haven't touched it since.
I will thank them for their time, and then go back to basically our little group and explain that the most recent boat has been set on fire and is out at sea somewhere. So I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to find anything from that.
The
But the
Chester, give me an investigation notice check.
okay. If I can find it. Okay, there we go. How's the 26 do for you?
Okay. While you were talking to the fisherman, you notice out of the corner of your eye that there is a floating thing at the edge of the dock.
Okay. Is it the? I'm pretty sure it's the same floaty thing that I found before.
Yes, it seems very similar.
Okay.
Except it's not ducked back under. It's the same. And since it's daylight, it's pretty visible. It's hair.
How far away am I from it?
Not too far. You could run and to the end of the dock and get a closer look.
Yeah, I'm gonna slowly make my way over towards it, like um, not necessarily trying to make it look like I'm heading towards it, but technically I am. Like I'm not going there just to look at that thing. Like I'm basically like going over towards the end of the dock for something else, kind of deal. Um, but once I get there, I will look at that if it hasn't dived back underwater. And I guess the rest of the group, you guys see me just kind of wander off.
You see that
But you do
there
know.
launched by the end of the dock, like near, like caught up on one of the pillars, is the upper torso of a woman.
Oh, that's lovely. Okay. So I'm going to immediately stop and get the group's attention for them to come over to see this.
Walk over.
Yeah, we should kill that thing.
And You see a dead body.
I'm gonna take that jade out of
Wait.
my pocket and toss it on the torso and wait for the reaction.
There's no reaction. Just jade on a body, floating.
Well, that was
Electric long.
anticlimactic. I kind of expected it to jump out of the water at us.
It's a dead body. Who wants to pick it up or get the henan to pick it up?
It'd be the Edda that would
The Edda.
pick it up, not the henan.
Tell him to get some fishing nets. We'll just scoop it out.
Yeah.
Okay. Get some Edda, they wrap some fisher nets, pull the thing up, and she's dressed in clothes that are more suited to swimming. It's kind of like a more tighter fit robe, thick wool. Looks like she was in the water for quite some time. It looks like all the temperature has left. Her body is cut in half from what looks like a circular blade that went through it.
So I don't know these questions, but our sailor friend might know these types of questions. Is there still skin on the body, and is it bloated or tight skin?
It's a bit bloated, and it's discolored because of the temperature.
Okay. Our sailor friend would probably know that that body's been dead for less than 12 hours then. Because it's salt water, anything longer, the skin starts to peel off the body.
Yep.
The one of the fishermen that kind of drug the body out of the water, I'm going to ask, does he recognize her at all? I know the body's a little bit bloated, but
I've never seen them before. And they start talking about a creature. They're talking about something that's crawling out of the water onto boats and killing people. And it's got to be it. No, it can't be a kappa. No, it's got to be a kappa. No, it's a kappa. No, it can't be a kappa. Spreading rumors.
Kappa don't live
erupted.
Kappa don't live in salt water. Remove her hood. There's no bowl.
Face of Warren.
You know it's not a kappa.
Remove the hood. See her long hair. See her face. It's the face of a normal woman.
The hair's black.
Her hair's black. She looks like she would be from maybe, like, her skin complexion wouldn't be that of a normal resident of the islands. So she's probably from northern-ish or far east of Rokugan. Those are the most obvious things.
Oh man, I'm gonna hate doing this.
But she does have a hood.
or I'm going to mention to Ryoto that the fishermen did mention that the boat was part of the crane, right? You did say that it was the crane ship that came. Yeah. So,
It's a
and
kappa.
we do
It's got to
have
be a kappa. And the other guy's like, no, it's not a kappa. But it's the kappa. The kappa's going to steal our children. What?
There's no bowl on its head. It's not a kappa. Ryoto's
It's a kappa.
pulling the black leather gloves on his hand again. He takes his hand and he just immediately sticks it right into the cut where her abdomen has been separated.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna regret this. I'm gonna use my gift.
That's funny.
Oh, man.
It's one hell of a way to use the gift.
There's a chance that, like, depending on what caused this damage, I might get tanked out of this deal. Which is why I said I'm gonna regret this. Oop, not roll 55 dice. That would be outrageous.
Oh, yeah, you feel any damage that was caused, right?
No, I know who the last person was, or last person to use this object is, and the object is her carcass. I'm hoping that that will help reveal who killed her. The problem is given enough horrific details in what happens to the body, there's a chance that if whatever did it was corrupted, I may have opened myself up to will save versus corruption, or will save versus taint, rather.
So, what has happened? What you see before you is a man dressed with a mon of the Yoritomo. He also has the upper garments of someone who would teach in a dojo. His face is white. His eyes are completely hollow. There is a slashing of a blade that comes out, formed out of a chain, through the water. Deep below the water, she was dragged, then sliced in half. The man was not recognizable. It was underwater. His eyes were hollow.
Like physically hollow, there were no eyeballs, or he just had a hollow look?
Physically hollow.
Oh, great.
As in white.
Yep.
Abyss inside the eyes. You can make if you have a lore spirits, or if you want to relay or lower, whatever it's called.
I have lore
not shown.
theology and
Yes,
lore omens.
that could work. Lore omens would work much better.
Okay.
Or whatever. You probably know at this point, so it's fine. I just need a basic roll. Come on. Come on.
21.
You did it. So it starts clicking in your head, right? The fact something is causing the weed not to grow, or not the weed, the kelp not to grow. That's not necessarily an omen unto itself. That could be the cause, but the recent events, the death of an untimely death of someone, was the master of a dojo. The shifting and destruction of ships of this important meeting going on. Omens lead you to believe that there's something going on. It's probably a Yuri. And this man's spirit has been left dormant in the seas for some reason. His death may not have been what you think it was. And the spirit is mad and is targeting very specific ships.
We need a fishing net.
That's what you say?
Yes. I believe our suspect is not immortal like I originally thought. And I also believe that it is at the bottom of this bay. There seems to be a few abandoned ships that we can use, but we'll need to drag a net behind us. I intend to trawl for the undead.
Actually, when you say that, Haga gets that grin larger and more widely than he has had since the entire trip. He's actually baring teeth right now.
Ryoto has the opposite reaction. He does not seem pleased by this at all.
And
almost getting back on a boat.
Almost as a reaction, like Haga then says, "We're looking for a woman for you," and like swipes just in the air. He goes, "Where's he cut? Oh yeah."
So speaking of Ikaku, where are you going to do the jade thing?
I'm walking around town looking for a smithy, a forge. I'm looking for pretty specific things in this forge. Due to the fact that I obviously know there's someone who makes certain kinds of weapons around this area, and there's someone that is associated with a certain family. I am looking for an enclosed forge, An
There is
enclosed
an enclosed
forge
forge.
that you could do stuff like that out of, and I'm looking for specific marks. Very specific marks.
I was gonna say the
There are
blades
very
you have probably have maker's marks on them that you can match up.
Yeah.
There are certain marks outside of a particular forge that is toward the edge of town. Inside is a man who is at sea.
A man who is a C.
And a sea.
There's a C Smith forging Koga blades. Nice. I kind of walk in. Salutations, Forge Master. How are you doing on this fine evening, C-san? Fine afternoon, morning, whatever.
I'll give a bow. What service can I be of you?
A service that would need to be done promptly, swiftly, and quietly.
I am capable of such things.
I will set down the bag and lay out the shards of jade. I need these forged into arrowheads. And when he says arrowheads, he says it in a very specific way and kind of cocks his head to the side and gives a slightly elaborate wink.
And
With his,
what
with his
might I
hand,
ask that you may be doing with such arrowhead?
I need to test a person of interest for a dark corruption.
Let's see. And what can I expect my payment to be for said arrowheads?
One koku. That's a year's wages.
2.
Think about it for a minute. Extend my hand and shake its hand.
Not the strangest thing people have asked me to forge around here. You say that, and there's like crushed bits of diamond off in the corner. Like he still kept it around.
Wait a minute. Did you forge Lord's Kasarigama?
Who?
Did you forge a diamond encrusted Kasarigama?
I may have. Why?
Because after you forge these, I may have to come back to this island to get something else forged.
Always a pleasure doing business around here.
Yes, yes it is.
That's why I stick around. The Crane give me plenty of business.
As do others, obviously.
No, they... At least now they're Crane.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's quiet.
I need to start as quickly as possible, so I will wait if that's possible.
Alright, come back in an hour.
See you in an hour.
Well, you will forge it.
Obviously, this needs to be done secretly. I say that just before I leave.
You won't answer any, just forges.
Okay.
They'll hand it back to you, and for those 2 koku, you have crude but usable jade encrusted arrow tips.
You know, I wasn't actually going for arrowheads, right?
What were you going for?
Kunai.
Sure.
Kunai.
Kunai? Oh, okay. Yes.
Sure.
He'll give you kunai.
I need these forged into arrowheads.
Yes, I got it now. Yes.
And then I'm going to go find the others with my jade coot.
You find Ryoto gathering fishing nets on the dock.
There's a bunch of Edda just following him around as being ordered under the authority of the Lord. of the manor. So how many boats are you commandeering for this expedition?
Is this a big bay or a small one?
It's a pretty small bay.
Okay. Like
Relatively.
three boats with just a ton of fishing nets tied together, so that hopefully I can just comb the bay, or we can just comb the bay once.
All right. So before you guys set off on your expedition, Ikaku appears.
Kaku kind of smiles at Ryota. I have some lovely new arrowheads.
Good. We will be trawling for a big catch today. Since I am not fond of boats, I'll meet you at the other side of the harbor.
Very well.
So in the break of day, you're going to just have them, while other ships are coming in and out, just comb the bottom of this freaking bay with nets tied together with weights, I'm assuming.
Yes, with weights, but if I can swing it, I'm going to try and manipulate the portmaster to close the port too. While we comb the bay.
Okay, you go to the port master. He's very reluctant, obviously. Give him a reason.
Your lord asked
Not
me
just
to
a roll.
Your lord asked me to investigate a crime amongst your trade vessels. We believe we've found evidence that's on the bottom of this bay, but I need to trawl across it. I need to pull up what we can from the bottom of the bay. Unfortunately, with these trade vessels coming in and out, it will be quite difficult. If you could at least delay them, or perhaps have them go around us after we've proceeded through the area, we will be quickly out of your way.
Give me a coordinated manipulation roll.
Okay. $38.
So he allows you to move through. The target number I settled on was 35, by the way. So you
Yeah,
made
I
it
don't blame you at all, because I'm basically stopping traffic for the whole day.
Yeah, no, you made it like a champ, by the way. Just barely. Because if it wasn't for
Did he freeze forever?
excuse,
There he is.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So traffic is moving around you, and everyone else, the other, are scraping the bottom. And
I'm just gonna
eventually,
wait on the other side. Like, I'm not getting on the boats. I'm just going where they're gonna end up finally.
is anybody on the boats?
Actually, I think. Well, how big are the boats trawling?
They're smaller vessels.
It's three vessels with like 5 nets behind them that have been tied together to trawl, and they're small fishing vessels, so they can maneuver in the bay.
Yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable with that. So I think like right on the sort of docks, watching them, pacing, following them as they're going, with his Tetsubo in hand. He's just like watching the water, scowling, just grimacing at the water, waiting for something to get pulled up.
I would think that Genzo at least would be interested in riding.
I would be next to Ryota at the place they're going to end up, with my bow strung.
Okay. Genzei, are you actually...
Well, if most of the group's not going to be on the boat, then I probably wouldn't be on the boat then.
You wouldn't? Okay.
No.
So eventually, you see the ship stop, like it hit something, and it's unable to really move. And at some point, it'll pull up something, and as it comes out of the water, there's a rush of water that comes through the boat, and you see a slice of metal that slices the boat in half, and it capsizes. People in the water screaming and yelling.
There's our culprit.
this is midday, and so
Yep.
seeing this, several vessels are moving out of the way.
As soon as that happens, I quickly pull a humming bulb arrow from my quiver, knock it, draw, point the thing up in the air, and fire.
Oh, to create a signal.
Yeah.
All right. What are you signaling? Just
Yeah, I'm not sure what was the point of that.
Shit happened.
oh. Well, people are getting the hell out of there. I mean, it's hard to miss
that
because
may-
they've already
that
had
may
traffic
get the
move
city
around you.
guards to come around, actually, so that's good.
Yeah, but should
there
we fire
are-
that towards the city then?
There's an entire dojo's worth of bushi, several of which are coming out because it's midday, so they just got let go, that are coming to defend their city against who knows what. Moments happen, and you just see men getting sliced up in the water. A metal thing just drags them down like a chain erupting from the ocean. You see their body parts coming out. The Edda that were driving the other two boats are like, fuck this, and quickly leave back to the normal, to shore. And nobody is going near the docks. And
What
all
do,
you see is a bunch of bushi.
What do bows use to attack with? It's reflexes, but perception for damage, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe.
Wait, for bows?
Yeah.
It's the strength of the bow for damage.
Oh, that's right.
They have their own damage. Now, if your strength is higher, you use your strength, but
Mm-hmm.
it's the strength of the bow. And yes, reflexes for attack.
Okay. I will. I'm gonna cast a spell to help out my friend who's got some archery/ranged abilities here. Let's see. The target number would be. I want it to go for
Where's my D4? I was looking for the damn thing.
5 rounds, so that's gonna be 2 raises. My target number is gonna be 20 then.
20 was the target number 10.
Yeah, because it's a rank 1 or a mastery 1.
I thought Mastery 1 was 15.
Mastery 1's 10.
It's mastery
one's
times 5 plus 5.
Plus 5. Yeah.
Okay, 37, so I will succeed. I'm going to lower my reflexes by 2 and increase Ikaku's reflexes by 2 in turn.
Dang.
It's ebbing
Cool.
strength is what it's called.
So, Ryoto, how do you propose that we bring? And he's trying to think of the word for this thing. He's just like, bring
I
that
have
to
no
here.
idea. Hopefully we can just piss it off. That reduction will last for 5 rounds.
Okay. I mean, so far the water is still subsided.
Yeah, I'm
Just-
going to start firing arrows at this weird chain thing.
I mean, it hasn't come back up since it sliced the boat in half and dragged pretty much all of the henna that didn't, or all the Edda that didn't swim away down, and then impromptu body parts coming back up with blood.
Drag them down through the net.
Dragged them down via chain. So, like, Kunigari just wrapped around them, dragged them down.
You know what? Fuck this. Haga is starting to like untie his armor, remove bits of it. Don't know how long that's gonna take, but he's going to be in the process of removing his armor.
All right.
Just look at Ryota. I don't have anything to shoot.
Again with that grin. You will. As he's taking off bits of his armor.
what if we took a boat out there and tried to lure it on top of the boat? It doesn't
That'd be a
quite
good
look like
idea, so long as it doesn't destroy the boat.
Yeah.
Remember
sure
that,
if he would-
that the vessel it split in half was small. The other vessels remained intact.
Yeah. No idea what you're saying, Chipe.
Can you hear me
He's
now?
saying, remember that the fishing vessels we just used are smaller than the bigger trade vessels that were attacked by it.
Well, and what about that ghost ship, too? Can't we? Isn't that one of the bigger ships?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
trade ship.
Yeah.
Yes,
Why don't
let
we
us go commandeer a ship.
No one's using it.
Yeah. I mean, we could just hop on it and go. Hagi-san, don't take off your armor just yet.
So like half
Come.
of the armor on the top is all missing. I'm working on the cuirass part. I forget the name of it, what it's actually called, but I'm like working on finally getting those straps undone. Like,
It's almost like we've done it on purpose. And with that, Ginzo would actually take off running towards the ghost ship and like trying to get it ready, kind of deal, making sure the sails work properly and all that crap.
This is going to be a difficult number if you want to get this thing up and running single-handedly, unless people want to help you. Or you want to try to... Ed are not going to join you.
I mean, I'll go
There's
and
no
help,
way.
but now I got to start putting my armor back on because they're trying to get it on a ship.
I will totally
No,
help him
without
to screw
persuading.
everything up.
Yeah, if the others will help, I will tell them what to do, kind of deal. It's like, okay, tie this knot here, take that rope over there, that sort of thing. So you just want like a straight roll for that, or
Just a second,
'cause you were
Chris, what
breaking up.
were you saying?
I
I
think
think
Chris
this
was
is going
trying
to take more than 4 rounds to do.
Yeah, well,
Okay. My spell is no longer in use then.
Oh, that's a bummer.
It's fine.
also, again, you could try persuading Etta to help you. You
That's
need someone who's very good at persuading.
yeah, that's
Okay.
for them to do. I'm the sailor. I'm doing my job.
Tell you what, I will step up to the docks, look at the get up there and help!
Yeah, that's not going to help.
Intimidation, they cause you to lose honor. And they're also Bushi coming around.
Yeah.
What is Nelson saying?
Nelson's trying to say something, but he's muted.
Fuck. The Nessie strikes again. I want to know if there's any sort of like caches of nori on the docks.
Yeah.
So I'm grabbing like the pieces of my armor and I'm having the time to think like, oh no, we have to use our brains, right? I'm gonna grab one of those sort of whatever crates or satchels or sacks of nori.
It's a very small, like, the nori is actually very reduced. There's not much around. You just spot it because it's like the only green spice there is, right? It's just
That's
there. Because it's so few, so little. There's actually so little going around. But you can grab a small bundles of it, basically.
Yeah, I'll just grab whatever's there and start making my way to the ship. If I see the Bushi coming out of the school on the way to my ship, I just, yell out to the Bushi, "Over here! There's a fight for us!" And just keep walking to the ship.
They just look
Yeah.
confused.
I was going to call out for the Bushi to, at least some of them, to get on the ship as well. So how many, or how long is it going to take to get this ship up and running?
Depends. You need help.
I need to have, what? You broke up again.
Oh, you need help. And on top of that, give me a sailor roll.
Okay.
How fast are you going for it?
If I get on the ship and none of the Bushi follow, I'll just like yell out loud enough for as many people that can hear This is not the life for cowards, and start helping get the ship ready.
I just look around at the Edo. We are agents of your lord. Your lord commands you to help us.
Okay. Make a. It's not a courtier roll. I don't want to say it's intimidation either.
What, for
Do you
persuasion?
have courtier?
Courtier.
I don't have
Be
courtier.
Give me a courtier.
It's
I can give you
awareness.
it's awareness.
Uh-huh.
So that would be -1. So that would be 2K2.
Or you could always spin a void for it to count as a rank 1 skill.
34. Because I
Okay,
exploded
and then-
like a champ.
Good for you. So, there are Edda who are actually some of the sailors. They catch wind and they start coming around and helping you sail. And with your great sailing, you start ordering them what to do. And you're living on the high seas again, and you pull off this boat. A little bit after about 6 rounds worth, you just open up, and the boat is barely sailable, but it can move. You can steer it toward the area.
Did any of the Bushi get on the boat?
Yes.
Okay.
So you have about one of which has the Kunisagari as well. Kunisagari.
Okay. And
Sorry,
I guess
Gama.
my next question is,
Sorry, Gama.
did the rest of the party get on the boat?
Yeah, I was on the boat. I was
Okay.
popping shit to the Bushi.
I'm on the boat.
I just wasn't sure if Chris got on or not.
Oh, why you guys gotta make me do stuff like get on boats? Ryoto is going to complain the whole time.
All right, just get on a boat with a bunch of bushi. You go out to the normal port of it,
At least we're in
and
the bay. At least we're in the bay.
you're in the bay, and it's broad daylight.
Does the chain arise as we're? Because I'm assuming we're going over the same area, right?
I'm just gonna start telling Edda and stuff to drop the boxes of red spice in the bay.
Oh, the old red spice?
Yeah, that blood tainted red spice. Like Ryoto's gonna like kick a box in the bay. He just wants to
Yes.
piss off whatever's at the bottom of the bay so it comes up.
Well, it works. So as you get the sense, you get that oh snap moment where like the hair rises in the back of your head and of your neck, and there is a slight shaking of the boat. There is slight wind breeze that's been going. The coastal breeze has just stopped in the area around the boat. You can see it around you, but not where you are. It's stopped. Who is below the deck of the ship?
I don't think any of us are.
No,
No?
I would be on the deck.
I was waiting on the deck for a fight.
Nope, I'm being
But,
an asshole and kicking spice in the bay.
But
Yeah.
as we all get this feeling, you would see for the first time Ikaku smiling like a madman, teeth are showing, that pipe's clamped in his teeth.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the first time that Ikaku and Haga probably look like they're in the same mode.
I love how you had to put crazy undead monster.
I
So
don't know what the fuck
yes,
this thing is.
everyone roll initiative.
I
What's
choose
initiative
the
again?
Center stance.
Your center stance.
5K.
Initiative is it's your insight rank, so you're rank 2, and it's going to be a reflexive skill. So whatever your
It's
so it's your
reflexes plus
reflex
insight. Keep
rank.
reflexes.
So it'd be +2 for roll, and then you keep your reflexes.
That's shitty. Yay! I'm not the only crappy rolled one.
Wow.
Their crap exploded a lot.
What?
Wait, how is yours?
I'm in center
52.
stance.
Oh, okay, so it's
It
gonna
adds
increase.
plus 10 while you're for that round.
Yep.
Okay.
I
on.
think.
Come on.
Hmm?
There you go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be in an attack stance. I think.
At least I think so, unless the following round like it's plus 10. I'm double checking right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's plus 10 for center stance. You also gain a bonus.
No,
On
it's
the
the
next
following
round.
round. It's the following round that gets the bonus of 10
Yeah.
to initiative.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Ryoto
is it-
beat the thing.
30, 37.
Okay,
So Ryoto and I beat it.
correct.
Can we see it yet?
No. You hear the screams of an Edda who's below deck.
Oh, okay. This is even better. I'm running below deck, but just as I get below deck, I am slipping into the shadows.
Okay.
Out
Make
come
a roll.
the new arrowheads.
Yeah. So let me give you my stealth roll first. At 22.
Actually, can I change my stance since it's not my turn yet, or no? I'll just wait until next turn. It's
What
fine.
what stance did you start out with your round?
I was gonna do attack, but I was gonna switch to full defense instead of just attack. But it's fine.
Okay, that's a 22. Do I get when I go into stealth? Do I get within line of sight of this thing? Can I see it?
Oh, it's hard not to see.
Okay, I need to know right now if it can see me. I have to know because it actually adds
Affects you, yeah.
modifiers to my roll.
All right. It doesn't look like he's paying attention to you. His back is
Okay.
turned, and what you see is just a white, radiating, longer hair messed up, wrapped in seaweed. White light is radiating off of him.
Okay.
You smell ocean everywhere.
Well,
Okay.
we're in the sea, so
Yes, but it's more permanent. It's the smell of just salt and rain.
Out comes
Also,
the
the edit has been chopped up in about 4 or 8 different pieces, so that's nice.
Oh, this is going to be good. Let's see.
All right.
That's 6K3, so
You can't attack yet. You just stealthed, which is complex action, if I'm not
I have-
mistaken.
I can't use a simple action to use a throw. Okay. I thought I still had an action to attack.
You stealthed.
Okay, never mind.
so
I'm pretty certain
Into
you
my
stealth
turn.
is complex.
Well,
Just
you
go
would
roll.
have simple to move complex to stealth.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's the end of my turn.
All right.
Okay.
It's
I'm gonna maintain center stance and not do anything on my turn.
all right. So you're not going to even go down to the deck.
Nope. I
Okay.
want him to come to me.
All right. So this guy just turns up and he looks up. You see him wrap around this chain, and on the end of this chain is an ethereal Gunasigari that just forms into place. He starts wrapping it around and using moves. If you've ever seen parkour people when they dance, right? He's moving in a circle in a certain fashion. And at the last crux of the circle, you can see him perform a hand gesture similar to this. The Kusanagari goes up and through the top deck of the ship. And sorry about that. Make sure I'm doing that right. Okay. Chris, what is your
30.
30? Because you're in center? No.
Yep. Well, 30 generally. I got a high air ring.
Okay. .24 damage. Kunisagari comes up, slices you clean.
So random question. Can that thing see through wood? Or see through the deck? Because I
No.
should have full cover, which will increase my
You should have full
target.
cover. That's correct. What's your full cover is what? Plus 30?
I believe it's like 20. It's something ridiculous. It's pretty high.
20? Alright. Well, if yours 30 and it was plus 20, then he would miss. So it'll come up at your leg.
Okay.
Okay? And it'll come up right next to you. Probably hit a Netta. Just slice through a Netta. And it is Gonzo.
I'm just gonna chill out on top of the deck and wait for him to come upstairs. More of us up here, less of him down there. So no sense of going after him. So that will be me.
Okay.
And next is Hida.
So, this Kusurigama thing bursted from the floor of the deck, right? So there's a hole right above this creature, right? I want to jump down the hole and smash this creature.
Alright, you're going to take falling damage. But yeah, go for it. Do it.
How low is the hole?
How low is the hole?
I mean,
It's going to be about 7 feet.
yeah, fuck it, whatever. I don't care.
Basically.
Let's do it.
Just do it. You take 2k1 damage. Done. I'll roll the damage. You roll the attack and the damage for you.
All right, I gotta, because I was assuming I was in the attack stance, waiting for a fight. So it says I get a 2 keep 1 to my attack. So let me see.
For full attack stance, yeah.
Yeah.
Your target number to be hit, though, is a little lower. It's by 10.
Yeah, it says -10. So roll keep with emphasis. No, that's not roll keep. Or how do you? Yeah, attack with emphasis. There you go.
Yep.
You take 12 damage.
And
Your ring is 3,
12?
then you're good.
all right. Is that modified by the reduction?
Yes.
All right, cool. 7 keep 3. Attack is not for damage, right?
Correct.
No, there's no attack modifier. Damage number is 7, 3, and 4. So my attack number is 35, and my damage number is 31.
Alright. Alright. So, you go down into him. right? So at the Tetsubo, right?
Yeah. Oh, and it's also got
So
a. I reduced the reduction by 2 if
just
he has any.
crush.
You're really
Okay.
Megatroning right now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you come down on him with the Tetsubo. You smash into the arm, and you feel physical something, and it breaks. All you see him is next to you. A fair duel is all I ask for. And it is.
I just jumped down there.
Yeah. Did you hear me?
And a fair duel is all I asked for was the last thing you said. The creature said.
Yep.
Yeah.
Next
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that I when I jumped down there, I was just screaming like a madman, possessed by battle.
Was it too soft for anybody else to hear?
Yeah.
It was pretty soft, but I heard him.
I heard it.
No. I mean, in character. Was it
In
too
character.
soft for anybody on the deck to hear?
Oh.
No, actually, you could hear it.
Okay.
And that would bring it to my turn, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're at the top. So,
Chris?
anybody
Does
need to switch
Jade?
stances, though?
It doesn't, by the way.
Does Jade weapons add anything to the damage against the tanning creature?
Nope.
No, it affects their resistance.
Okay.
Plus, well,
It appears to be a ghost, not actually a tainted thing, correct? Okay, good.
correct. It's a
Okay.
ghost.
That is to attack.
He's a ghost.
That is to attack and damage.
Okay. You hit.
As I throw one of these jade
And,
kunai at
you're-
that thing.
Into the back of his neck. Just hear a cracking noise as his Tetsubo is still being caught up in the chain. Alright. And it is Usagi's turn.
Don't try and kill it. It's a ghost. It won't do any good. I'll be back, and Ryota will jump off the ship. He's going to begin swimming to the coastline.
That'll take a while. Roll athletics.
Okay. If I remember right, that's a strength check. I'm going to spend a void to act like I have a rank in it.
But there's no, like, emergency boats on the side, or you just not
I
caring?
was going to
you
say,
just
is
jumped
there?
in the
Because
water?
I would have used that if I could avoid.
Yeah,
swimming.
go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I would use the boat, and my intention is to find the lord of this village because I assume he's made it down to the beach line.
Yes.
Okay, as soon as I get within shouting distance, I will say, Yoritomo-sama, daimyo of this village, I challenge you to a duel.
What?
I challenge you to a duel. Do you accept?
Considering the insult from earlier, is there any method? Is that just your strategy? Just
Yeah.
being as audacious as possible?
Uh-huh.
Roll temptation.
Roll what now?
Temptation.
Temptation?
I'm not sure why, but okay.
I'm not sure what skill you mean.
Temptation is a skill.
Yeah, but he's not tempting him. He's challenging him to a duel.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
yeah,
But, you could,
do you
but
mean
just
like
challenging it out of
seduction?
nowhere. It's kind of like.
I mean, if he's not gonna bite at first, I'm gonna start calling him a coward and make him bite because he's in front of all of
Okay.
these people.
There you go. He won't accept at first because there's no reason to. He goes, "That's preposterous."
It is only preposterous because you fear my skill. Or you fear my
I
champion's
would
skill.
not fear the skill. I fear your champion.
My champion. I am a Shugenja.
I would never
I do
fear
not
the
enter.
skill of a ronin.
I am a Shugenja. I do not enter my own duels. I choose a champion. If you do not fear me, accept my challenge.
Accept your challenge.
What weapon do you wish? I suggest to the death.
Fine. Kurosagami.
Acceptable. And I'm going to start rowing
Sharigama.
back to the boat.
Mark,
So-
you knew the moment when you said what you said, and Chris
Yeah.
was like, "I jump off the boat. What was gonna happen?"
No.
Don't
Yeah.
try
Exactly
to
what
wait
was
to
gonna happen.
laugh. Don't wait to laugh.
Wouldn't the combat kind of keep going?
Yeah, it would.
Oh,
I
it
was going to
has.
say, you should probably go to somebody else's turn at this point.
Well,
So-
it's his turn, and now he gets to attack. Josh. Ikaku.
Has he seen me yet? Because my
Yes.
dark, my kunai come right out of the shadows, man.
He saw you. He just wasn't paying attention to you, which is why he had the bonus. Now he sees you. Your stealth roll wasn't enough.
Oh.
Let me see. Okay. It was a 24 hit.
No.
No.
Who are you attacking?
So, attacking Ikaku.
Okay.
So the chain that's been wrapped around the Tetsubo, right? It starts growing and moving, coiling like a snake. The Kusanagari whips around and tries to go for you, Ikaku. But of course, you're hidden in the shadows, and you move around. You move out of the way. And it is. We're gonna say it's one more round of combat, just until he makes it back. Genzo.
How far is it to reach the lower decks? Not jumping through the hole.
It'll take you a round to get there. I mean, it'll take a simple action of movement to get all the way there. You can jump through the hole.
Yeah, but you're gonna make me take falling damage.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I did it.
It's nothing.
Well, I've already taken damage before, and so I'm not gonna take any more. So yeah, I'll just spend a movement, going down. But I want to stay 10 feet away from him.
You may do so. You have a simple action left. Is there anything else you can do?
No.
Okay.
Unless there's like the dodge. I can take the dodge action.
You can switch
That doesn't
stance
exist in
to
this.
defense. You can switch your stance to defense.
Defense isn't really going to do too much. I might, if I'm going to switch, I'm going to go full defense. So
Is that what you're going to do?
yeah, I'll just go ahead and switch to full defense then, and I will go ahead and roll that while you move on to the next guy.
All right. Hida.
He basically said all he wants is a fair duel, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what he
So
said.
So Hida Haga. Haga is like, if it's a fair duel you want, and I'll actually I won't. I don't know how you go into a defensive, a full defensive, or whatever, but making sure that he doesn't get messed up, whatever stance that is. He'll say, if it's a fair duel you want, I won't fight till it's fair, and he'll stop fighting.
You can use a simple action to switch to full defense. You also can choose full defense whenever it switches the round at the beginning of the combat round.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, but do I still look like I'm fighting? You know
No,
what?
you couldn't.
Fuck all that other shit. I'll just stop fighting. Standing before
You
him.
could go to center, which would be you putting down your arms, or you could go defense, which is you standing in defensive posture.
Okay, I go to center then. I'll go to center stance.
Okay. And what happens is the coil starts unwrapping around the Tetsuo and just drops your weapon. Next is
Back at the top of the round.
top of the round. Stances or
I'd
Kaku.
like to switch my stance
Mm-hmm.
to attack so that I get my 10 on initiative.
Guys, do a
So-
Kaku. Do you have attack stance?
Yeah, I've attack stance.
Okay, so Kaku's gonna go first, and then it's gonna be.
Ryoto should go first.
Ryoto should go
Yeah.
first. He switched his
yeah?
stance to get
Yeah,
that
because I
plus 10.
switched my stance, which gives me a plus
Yeah.
10 to initiative for the round.
Gotcha. So
I continue to the boat. Now that I'm close enough, I'm going to shout, Yoritomo David, I request your presence as my champion for a Kasurigama.
Kasurigama.
There we go. We've been saying it wrong all night, so I'm fucking it up now. A Kasurigama duel against Daimo Yoritomo. What was his first name?
Yoritomo?
Jitsu.
Kisu.
Jeez.
And hoping that this is gonna work.
So what you see, because you just dropped center stance, right?
Yep.
So you're right in front of this guy. His eyes are completely void. By the way, Haga, you see, you hear cracking noises as his head turns around of his shoulders, and his torso stays in place, but his head moves, and you hear the cracking of bones. And he disappears.
Okay.
And I'll grab my Tetsubo.
I believe it is time for me to head to the beach and hope that this gamble paid off.
So, as you start heading toward the beach, by the way, Ryoto, I'm getting tired. You feel a heftier weight on the boat.
Okay.
You turn around, and you see a man clothed in horrid garments. He has the family mon of the Yoritomo on him. His face is pale and damp, and his body is plump, as if his body's been drifting among the ocean. There is a chain that is running through his legs, and it looks as if it was pinned to him. There's a weight on the boat with him as well. Basically, there was a hole that was carved into his legs, and a chain ran through all of it attached to the weight, and he's lugging that around with a Kurosari-gama to his side that is attached to that very chain.
I'm screaming and yelling up, Genzo! Genzo! Get us back to shore! I've got to see this!
As I finish rowing the boat to the shoreline, I present a small poem and hand it to a student of the school.
What does the poem say?
It's my death poem. It should only be opened if I die.
Gotcha.
I am ready for this duel. Daimon, are you? I have chosen my champion, Yoritomo Davin, and he'll let the name just settle over the crowd.
They look down at this thing in broad daylight. You never see a Yurei, much less in broad daylight. He smells of decaying flesh. And by the way, you're more than able to make it, Genzo, all the way back to shore to see what's going on. and they settle for the docks, or at least that's kind of what happens. He doesn't really say much of a word to Jisoo other than Jisoo. Jisoo. The look of horror on Jisoo's face is indescribable. Not only he's lost honor just by being here, right? His face, he's completely lost face. Once the weight that is on the chain that has been carved through his feet, he drops it down onto the beach. Kusanagari to death. And they begin the duel. Men and women move back. The Bushi move forward. They move out to the dock. The chain is erupting from both of their hands. The man starting to move it closer. They begin the assessment phase. The assessment is, of course, they're looking, sizing each other up. They're each moving their kunisagari and different kurisarigama.
Kusarigama.
Kusarigama, and swirling around in different circles. As soon as they begin the strike phase, it seems that the victor for the first strike is actually Jisoo. And the manner that you've seen the man before, the ghost, Jisoo whirls around. His back prompts down to the ground, and using a manipulation of his feet, he kicks the chain forward, upward in the air, and with a jerking motion, and with a breathing technique you've only seen with monks, the Kurisarigama extends its full length out, and you see a visible darkness come out of his throat, as if the void is leaving his body. And with a hint of breath, and it looks like a mirage is forming in the wind, he slices open the dock below the ghost, and the Yuri falls into the water. What happens next is a blade erupts out of the water and slices through the throat of Jisoo, who accordingly gets dragged down into the water. His body parts are sliced in several pieces and ends up being expounded from the ocean and wash out onto the beach. Everyone around recognizes the name that settled down, and what happened. The victory is, of course, yours, by the way.
Hold on. As he does that, is there any way I can quickly take off my Kusarigama, twirl it around, and try to grapple his Kusarigama and yank it up out of the ocean?
I gotta get that diamond Kusarigama.
No.
I'll retrieve my my poem and tuck it back into my obi. Well, we have done what your lord asked. I have found the culprit that has been killing your men, and the reason for it. With the ghost satisfied, he should leave your village alone. I believe my work here is done.
They all look at you with dismay. Just complete and utter dismay. Their lord has just been murdered. Well, not murdered, killed in a duel with a ghost. As you later learn, you were able to actually stay in the manor for the next few days. When the festival comes out, this technique was not used by Jisun, who has ascended as Lord of the House. He explains a story looking through some of the personal archives of Jisoo, who lived with a regret of wanting to avoid his brother's death. He pretended to challenge him to a duel, knowing that he would not win. So while his brother was asleep after being put to sleep by a geisha, he paid off. He struck a cord and tied his brother via a chain on his feet and threw him in a weight while he was still sleeping into the ocean. He drowned to death. And in these recountings, the family name was dishonored quite a bit. The dojo, however, was not completely shut down. Students, for some reason, remained, probably from the legacy of the original creator. the name of the inventor of that technique, and many of the techniques used by Jisoo has now been clarified. His brother was the real master and the one who trained his younger brother, who betrayed him. Jisoon works on recovering the honor of the house. And, unlike anyone else, he permits the honor of being adopted via marriage, both to Haga, to Genzo, to Ryota, and to Ikaku, if they wish to be adopted over the next few years into the Yoritomo. Since they've already lost honor anyway, they can't go any worse. Seeing it as a gesture of being able to reclaim the honor of the house. Do any of you accept?
Oh, Ikaku absolutely accepts, because he has to stay on this island, because he's going to fish around and swim around that ocean looking for that Gensokigama.
No, at the notion, like, completely losing himself for a second, and of course having absolutely no idea what etiquette even means, he slaps Ikaku on the back, like, almost like an attack, as hard as he can. It looks like you're gonna be able to stay and learn how to use that thing. Of course, but speaking about the Kusurigama, and he'll indeed accept the adoption.
Ryota will kind of think about it, and he, after a little bit of thinking, the next day he'll come around and accept it, coming to the realization that while relentless in his pursuits, if he does not marry in, he'll cost them quite a bit of honor. If he marries in, he can at least be viewed as a champion to the family.
And Genzo, you learn later on your employer does, through his servant, send you a certain amount of money. Apparently, what has initiated the Yurei's blight was a series of people who have been boarding the ships. There have been accounts. The woman was discovered to be a shinobi, her place of residence. And there were letter connections that they end, but the ending of the trail did start at the beginning of Crane Lands. The Crane have promptly, after the dishonor of the Yoritomo house, stopped trade negotiations for the red spice, inexplicably. The seaweed started growing back, and the Yoritomo are starting to regain an amount of wealth because of it. Did you accept the adoption?
Well, first, I don't hear from the crane that basically hired me at all, right? He was just basically hiring me for this one job, and that was it.
Mm-hmm. You don't hear from him for a long time.
Then yeah, he wanted to get in with the crane, but sadly the guy was just basically kind of using him. So seeing it does take him like probably a day or two as well, because he tried to find this crane and track him down, see if he could get into the crane clan, but that didn't happen. So he does accept.
All right, and that is the end of my first L5R one-shot. All right, as this is the last bit of signing out, if anyone has anything to plug, and also something they want to say about the game, good, bad, otherwise, just a general comment, please do, starting with Chester.
No, I don't really have. I mean, good game for your first game. Yeah, it was fun. But other than that, no, I don't really have much to say.
We'll do you last, Chris. Infinite roleplay, Nelson.
Yeah, I really didn't expect any less from you. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you got a really good track record of doing internal continuity in your storyline. So I had a blast. L5R has probably been ruined for me now because I may never be able to play an honorable character ever again. Playing a Ronin that was that sort of uneducated as far as courtly ways was way too much fun. Um, as far as stuff to plug, I mean, I got a YouTube channel, Infinite Roleplay, Facebook, Drive Through RPG stuff. I've been sort of obsessively creating a rule set based off of the 5th edition D&D OGL, which I'm hoping to have a free play kit finished within the month, and probably going to be debuting it in during Brigade Con.
Cool. And Josh?
As all games with Chepe are, great, fun game. Very fun to play. I like playing this really weird opium-smoking rodent who was oddly crab blunt. I would like to know, did he ever find Ekasarigama over the next few months or so?
Well, we'll have to do the subsequent game of when you guys are all Mantis Clan members.
Sure.
You also have the risk of if someone ever discovers the fact that you know Shinobi, that you'll just be killed on the spot.
This is true, because he's a fucking ninja. But it's a very fun game.
And last and certainly least, Chris from Drop Dice.
It's true. It's just my channel. No big deal. You guys know the website, which is up at the top. If you don't and you haven't checked it out, make sure you do. There's all sorts of L5R content on the channel here, of course. But also check out these guys' content, and we're going to have, of course, more L5R stuff coming available as we think of random ideas, because we've got a pretty regular group for it nowadays. And everybody's starting to see the light that, L5R is the king of all systems, just saying.
I can't disagree.
I was going to say, Nelson's over there shaking his head because he's like, no, I'm making the king of systems right now.
I don't know about all that, but I'm a really big fan of Dungeon World and Fantasy Age and 13th Age and a bunch of other systems.
With that, guys, as always, thanks for tuning in. Make sure you hit the like, share, subscribe button. This was a longer game than normal, but hopefully we've kept your entertainment and interest through the whole thing, and we'll see you at the gaming table.